All right, so this time I'm switching over to see if a CPU encoding is better for the stream or if it's worse. It could actually be worse because most people seem to recommend the GPU when I'm reading this online, but we'll see if it offloads it properly. Anyway, that's boring. We're not here to discuss technical things. We're here to play games. All right, how are we doing here? Total game progress. Seems like a lot. I have 12% of the stars. Okay, maybe that's not a lot. Okay. So this is, yeah, I basically cleared this area, I think. I wanted to try something else before I go on. Oh yeah, there goes my, preview window not looking good. Okay, before I move on, I thought of something while I was offline. What if I connect all three of these? See. Hey, Bowser. So see, that's a neutral color, right? Sort of. As long as I don't... I could see... Hold on, let me tab out here. Let me get the chat out. Forgot to... I always forget to do something. There we go. All right. Hey, Lauren. Okay. I said it. Hi, Bowser already, right? I tend to forget things. Is that... Is the game too loud? What? So, I was just experimenting with this, and I was noticing how you can actually change the color of this without messing with it. Which I'm thinking you could probably make some puzzles out of that. I could see workshops being absolutely brutal with that. Okay. Let's get in here. Okay. So this is... Everything's done except the gold puzzles. I don't know how many of those there are. This one I'm missing a star. But, I'll return anyway for the gold stuff later. Let's go into the new thing. How's that? Also, am I here? Am I connected?
One K brought up an interesting question earlier. Where did all the tech in the labs come from? So, I had a look at the serial numbers. And it turns out the answer is... New Alexandria.
Oh. Wow, I guess that makes sense. After the explosion, the colony was abandoned. Nobody ever went back for all that stuff.
We had enough to deal with. So many dead.
So that's one question answered. But how did they go from scavenged Alexandria tech to all this?
How did we go from nothing to where we are now? Through the application of reason and the right tools.
Look at the size of that structure.
How does the material support so much weight? Is it the same stuff as the other buildings?
Yeah. I know it looks like some type of concrete, but the molecular structure is completely different. Whatever it is, it's a lot stronger and less brittle.
Are the labs made out of the same material?
No, that's just ordinary concrete. Although, it does have some molecular weirdness going on, too. Too little variation in the grain.
What is this really long laser line up here? Hi, Outrun. Well, looks like the puzzles are split evenly, although I don't know where the other attractions and stuff are. Okay. Nothing fun hidden over there. So, I guess I can just follow the path that's outlined for me. The original game didn't number the puzzles, which I guess you can still just solve them in any order. I did number 5 last time, and that's the puzzle I sort of struggled with because I think it was actually mainly because I already kind of in the back of my head knew I was doing them out of order. So I was like, I don't know if I should even be here. Environment puzzles, that's a witness. But I know you're just joking around. It's over here. Ah, this is why they recommend not going into the water. How's the stream? Is it looking all right?
Everything okay? It's pretty clear to me that she doesn't want us to proceed with what we're doing. I find that deeply concerning. That said, there are clearly other forces at play here as well, so I'm trying my best to remain open to a more positive interpretation. Exactly. But we don't really understand anything yet, and this Prometheus is suspiciously absent, so I remain cautious.
What about this thing? Wow.
Just when I thought we'd found all the weird stuff.
Success. I made a statue. Miranda made a statue. Okay.
So, humanity is great. I really believe that, and that's why I'm here. But I have to be honest with you, individual people, not always my favorite. I'm not the smartest guy ever, and I know that. But there are some people, man, some people are just so dumb. I don't even know if they're actually conscious. Sometimes I think their whole lives might be like a dream. They're just stumbling around, no idea what's going on, mumbling some random nonsense. And the thing that you have to understand about our time period is that a lot of these people wield enormous power. They run whole countries and corporations. Yeah, that's right. We've handed over our civilization to people I wouldn't trust to tie their own shoelaces. And if they're dumb, then what are we? I don't honestly have an answer to that, so just please try to do better.
That's sad. I was trying to jump up there and I got there and then I overran it. Ah! Try one more time. It's a bit on the nose with the whole tying the shoelace thing, right? Ah! Oh, okay, fine. These are giant wide open fields, which, you know, are not the most conducive to explore, but you got your paths and you got the compass and all that. Puzzle number one. Let's do it. All right, let's do it. Inversion. Oh, now we have an inverter. What is this? What? Okay. So is there one type of inverter or are there three types of inverters? See, like these already, without anything attached to them, they have, you can see the red and blue already, which were the two original Talos colors. You can't invert between 3 colors.
I think about New Alexandria all the time. But realizing this place was built on its bones just brings it all back even more. We were so optimistic when we started. So full of ourselves. Thought we could accomplish anything. And then, in one single moment, it was all gone. I remember a flash, and then just lying there, realizing that my legs had melted. I tried to pull myself away from the fire, but the servos in my arms were broken. If Eustathius hadn't found me, sorry. Just some old scars.
I guess you can repair a robot, huh? Well, let's see what they do with it. So all the puzzles are there and there. So why is there a path going over here?
When we go to New Jerusalem, I'm going to have a cat. He's going to be black and white, and his name is going to be Bean. And I'm going to make sure that he never gets sick, and he never gets old, and he'll be my best friend forever.
Did she voice someone in Viewfinder? Pretty sure she voiced someone in Viewfinder. Or maybe everyone with that accent sounds the same. Who knows? I mean, I want to explore these places, but they're so huge that I gotta just like run around. The achievement was something about discover a part of what may have happened on the island. Okay. Number 2, energy maintenance. Regular connector. Inverter. And then another connector. Hold on. Okay. No! Okay. Simple enough. Yeah, maybe she sounds a little younger than the one in Viewfinder. Hold on, let's talk to this guy.
Hey there, 1K.
Okay, it looks like there's a lot here. I guess it kind of is right now, but I don't know. It's one of those games that I feel is going to be more open-ended anyway, L.A. Noire, so... I don't know. I also want to... I feel like I need to bring a, I need to bring another point and click into the fold at some point soon, too. Haven't done one of those in a while. So I got to figure out what I want to do coming up.
Going on what little we have, honestly, she reminds me of myself when I'd just been born. I came out from the dam at night, and the sky was full of stars. I felt a reverence then, an almost ecstatic connection to the sublime. The universe seemed like a miracle, and to exist within it was the greatest possible honor. That view was tempered in time, but I've always tried to hold on to as much of it as I could. We made two fatal mistakes in New Alexandria. One was trusting the texts of our ancestors without thinking for ourselves. The other was giving up instead of doubling down, letting the tragedy define our future.
Hey, string clocks. Like the old Flash Escape games, but the reversal. Don't escape? I remember there was a Flash game. What was it? It was something stupid like that. It was like, don't move the mouse. And literally you would win by not moving the mouse.
It's clear that there's some kind of antagonistic force in this place, something that doesn't want us to discover the purpose of the megastructure. Perhaps that's part of the testing. Or perhaps it's what's responsible for this state of decay.
Is the volume of the stream... Is the game too loud? Or no?
That's a good question. Prometheus is often taken to represent freedom and progress, the ideals of the radical Enlightenment. Pandora, on the other hand, usually represents the dangers of those very ideals, so they're counterparts, in a way. And the Sphinx is a mystery. Does that mean that these entities correspond to these concepts? Perhaps. They certainly seem to act like it. But Athena isn't the goddess of Athens, and I'm not Robert Byron, although those are the origins of our names. Where does myth end and history begin? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I really like the fact that they chose Pandora and Prometheus. I think those are pretty good representations of the conflict of vision that always appears everywhere. Which, by the way, another game. I don't know if anybody else noticed this. Oh, I got a social media thingy. Corn had the same thing going on. The little green blob representing basically Pandora, and the Maythorn guy whose journals you were reading, he's basically a Prometheus. I mean, that's the thing, like and they are kind of represented in the, you know, the two major political parties everywhere. Just kind of those two different systems of ideas. They just, like, you can't get away from them. broke ground on the first the permanent structure. Please elaborate. I mean, the game is actually doing a pretty decent job itself. Let me read this and then check my social media. I mean, Byron basically just said it right there. Oh, message fragment from Miranda. We finished setting up the external site at the lake. The area is so stunning, we forgot about the experiment for a while, went for a long walk. The ways in which all the different aspects of nature interact with each other are endlessly fascinating to me. The sheer... so much pain in nature. Yep. Can't call all of it unnecessary. Cutting down swaths of trees. Beavers. Real. So beavers are kind of like be like Agent Smith, a virus. You migrate to another area and deplete the resources there. Everything about this is completely natural, including the damage to other species. It's kind of related to the deer that was just torn apart by wolves. It's like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. The deer should live. But then the wolves are going to die, you know? Those species that adapt to the ecosystems we create will over the core of a new biodiversity. If we don't like the result, if we think some species should be preserved despite being outcompeted, well, that's anything but natural. It is, however, very human. Failed to load profile. Does the universe have the capacity? Be careful to avoid projecting human values onto the cosmos. Interesting. Human values. Well, there are two sets of human values. Puzzle number 3. My value is solving puzzles. All right. So, green. I'm gonna use an inverter. So this is a red-blue inverter. I don't know if there's one type or 3 types. Red. Okay, I can't get in there because the angle is bad. So I got to get this in here first. Now they're both in here. If that ever closes, then we're toast, so... Dang it. Wait. Let me see. Sounds like I have the sniffles? I don't know. Do I? I know I did earlier, but I don't feel anything right now. So now I've got all of these things. How do I get this out? Okay, or do I need to? Hold on. I need to get... Can't invert blue though. This thing is actually useless. Yeah, green will just kill the inverter, I guess. Oh, I'm stupid. There's your red and your blue right there. I was distracted by trying to get the connector back out, but no, you don't need to do that. Ooh. You got all these little pedestal things. Who is this? Oh, it's you, the one that's really bad at puzzles.
I can't stop thinking about Miranda. A new person not born in New Jerusalem? Can you imagine that? I wonder what it's like to be her. How do you mean?
Everyone has the same problems. That would undermine my whole point, I guess. All right, let's go with everyone has the same problems.
But doesn't our environment influence who we are? Our values, our sense of meaning? You were born into New Jerusalem at this specific point in time as the completion of the goal. Doesn't that affect who you are in a unique way?
I don't care about the goal. All right, let's see what happens.
But even rejecting it defines you, doesn't it?
What? I'm gonna be stubborn.
So you think our personality is set in stone?
How much of a dialogue tree is this? I mean, like, not just saying it's giving me that it's do this over and over, but I wonder like how much it branches out versus like the choices bunch back up together.
I want to believe that, but I'm not sure it's possible to always remain unaffected. Sometimes things happen and they just change you, whether you want to or not.
Hey, Tech Rock.
They're very different from the rest of these structures in that they serve a clear purpose. Everything else is kind of surreal, but the labs are places where people lived and worked. I don't know what that means, but I think it means something.
This one I already did, right? Yeah. Right? The beavers? Yeah. So the weather here was terrible the last several days. It's brightened back up. It's back to reasonable temperature today, which is nice. No. Yeah, snow's pretty rare here. It would have been cold enough. We had a little bit of ice on the roads one day, so I obviously didn't drive anywhere. But, I mean, we could have had snow if the weather actually tried to snow. But it didn't. Okay, so that's the goal there. It was actually pretty well below freezing here. Alright, so that's the goal, and I can't get to that thing, so I guess you gotta use 2 inverters. Inverters try to be fancy, but it means you gotta use multiple ones to fulfill the task of one simple connector.
Not bad,
Yeah,
1K.
yeah, we could have had snow if it had snowed. It was cold enough to snow, but it just wasn't wet enough to snow. New interface. Oh, I need to do this. Okay. Cat sitting advice. He keeps peeing on my charging pod. Cats don't like being moved from their territory. That's very true. Places of longing. Paris is an ancient city, sometimes called the City of Light. Gave birth to modernity in all its glories and horrors alike. The spirit of freedom that was born here, although it was suppressed by enemies and traitors, never entirely faded, and it lived on in the minds of artists for many generations. Maybe something of that spirit still remains in us. Yeah, I think, yeah, the whole concept of freedom or liberty, I think it varies. That's a whole separate discussion. So, one thing Lauren told me is that apparently the question marks are the lost puzzles, and they show on the map. I mean, they show on the compass. I assume the compass only showed things you had already found, but that's not true. Because I was only glancing up there on rare occasion. But apparently it tells you, so is this a lost puzzle right here? Oh, what is this? No, it's not a lost puzzle. I guess it's just a point of interest until you actually go look at it. I don't know. So this one, actually, it's not a lost puzzle, it's a star, and it looks like it's kind of a decrepit old maze of some sort. I guess you gotta figure out the secret of this maze. Okay. I saw smaller question marks and larger question marks, so I don't know if that's a matter of distance. Oh, that looks like a lost puzzle. There we go. Can do a lost puzzle before we solve the found puzzles. Transposition. Ah, Jammer, my old friend. Okay. And a drill right here. Hey, Decius. Okay, let's see here. So it gets the drill out of here. That is just this. Can't take driller through its own hole. Makes sense. I mean, is this driller... Before I even look at anything else, does it have any other possible utility other than just this one thing? Put it out of the way here. I guess since that has to stay there, I can't bring these the other way, but can I invert these? Is that reach, or is there some crap in the way? There's some crap in the way. Let's see here. I assume this. I assume these two need to be hit together. Well, I did use the drill to swap these around. Maybe. Okay. So it is a gate, but it's the kind of gate that you need to keep connected, which is something that I think the original Talos did not have. Did not have gates that would return if you got rid of the connection, but some of the workshops put that in. So it's the second time I've seen Talos 2 take after the workshops.
I sent the drone to have a look at one of the other puzzle clusters. It seems they remain inert until they're connected. I uploaded the pictures to the log.
Should we check them out with the VTOL?
Let's conserve fuel as much as we can. There's no point in going there if it's all dead.
No, but I wanted to go. Wait, is this thing still on?
So that's cool. So that part only shows up if you purchased the internal monologue to start with, huh? That's kind of cool. That's fun.
That's the first time I encountered it out in the wild after the first conversation purchasing it. Let's see, so now I can just look at the map and it says something there. What is this? So that question mark is a palm reader. Okay. So I guess that's another way to find those.
The rotting remains of the old world should fill me with melancholy. Even here on this remote island, our ancestors could not escape their fate. And yet, I find there is something pathetic about these ruins that evokes anger and even contempt. I feel it is a mistake to accept this catastrophe with equanimity. What we see here should offend us. When witnessing this triumph of entropy, we should aspire to a warrior spirit, even a kind of hate of the past and its failures that will never allow such a thing to happen again.
Spoken like a true Frenchie. All right. Here's the puzzle I just solved. I've deviated from the path so far. Actually, I think I have been here. There it is. Nope. Talked to you already. Alright, regular puzzle. Ooh, a switch. Imprisoned. Well, that's the thing, though. So, but that's still... That's the wonderful thing, is that that offers no insight as to which of the two sides you're on. So, in order to not make the same mistake as your ancestors, you have to understand that the conflict always rages on. So, is it that the wisdom of the past was actually folly and therefore needs to be, you know, your knowledge, your conception of reality needs to be reconstructed entirely? You just need to throw out all that stuff and start over so that you don't recreate the mistakes of the past? Or was there prior wisdom, even predating the mistake, that was abandoned by that generation and therefore you need to return to that pre-existing wisdom? So... Wait a minute. Ah. It switches these two things. Okay, I do have a connector, and I have one connector, one inverter. Okay, I thought I had two inverters. The actual tricky thing is the fact that this crosses in front. Oh wait, this is blue. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's here. Perhaps in such a case. But yeah, it's still like, where do you go from here? Doesn't really make a difference. See, I'm confused by this because that's on the wrong side of this. There. Goes in this way. Okay. Sorry. A little slow. I guess by doing a lost puzzle now, it already qualifies me for the bridge. What they really mean is you do 8 of the 10. I didn't realize it counted the same, but that still counts 6 up there, even though I've only solved 5 of the main ones. Hidden. This one isn't hidden. Okay, so you get... Okay, multiple purple doorways here. I also got this, so that's valuable in some way, apparently. Makes sense, because you need to get 2 objects through, and we only have 1 through right now. Okay, and that's going to be the only way to bring objects through. There's a connector there. This isn't gonna connect to anything yet. So these are both red. That's blue, and that's blue. Oh, we can bring it all the way over here. Now, can hold that open. I hope this is good enough. No. Damn it. Did it. All right. Let me check my phone real quick. New comment on King's Quest V all game overs. Guy hits Graham on the head. Narrator, that wasn't a very smart move. Yep, that's how that cutscene goes. I guess 7's over there. What is that? See, Lauren told me to pay attention to the compass more. Which, yeah, it's got question marks, which I didn't realize. Oh, there it is. See, another one of these. It's always a green laser, huh? For Pandora anyway, right? See, this is not, there's no green. So that's gonna take some work. Ooh, what is this? Oh, I was told about these, okay.
I think you just picked up some kind of decryption key. Could try using it on those terminals inside the puzzles.
So apparently there's no Steam achievement or anything for finding all of those, so I don't need to worry about them. Although we could invent our own achievement for it if we considered it an achievement unto itself. So apparently there's a star associated with this statue. I don't see any way to interact with this place at all. It kind of feels like a broken maze coming in here. Could be a thing where you got to run around it in the right path or something. I have no idea. Yeah, that's a shame if it feels like a step backwards. Because, I mean, even Talos 1 wasn't the best, because, you know, it was like whatever it was, your most 10 or 11 recent autosaves. It wasn't like a classic. This one I haven't done yet. I guess I haven't done this one yet. It's not like one of the you know, a classic game where you would save and load where you wanted to. Okay. What does that button do? Does it close the door? Let's see, I got a drill, and I got an inverter. And another inverter. Is that it? Is that all we do here? See, if only I could just walk in the puzzle and it tells me the types of objects. You know, it just prints it there. But no. You gotta be able to draw the line somewhere. You don't want to be the malleable worker drone that'll just do anything you're told. But yeah, if it overall feels like some sense of accomplishment, sure. I'm not saying you're doing that, I'm just saying that's just on principle. See, I can't. What do these things do? Oh, blue here. Aha. This flips those. Right. So the question here is, am I content bringing this down here for some strategic thing, or am I actually trying to bring it out of here? I need red here, which means I need 2 inverters. Can I imagine some final setup where this is still in here? The laser is here. I can use a drill to hit this here. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And then it does the abomination thing. I only remember the abomination workshop ever doing this, where it would just, it would kill the doors. Did these guys play abomination and said, hey, that's a good idea? What? Ah. It's a little hard to see the angle on this to try to get that green laser there, but I guess you gotta wait till you open the entire thing up, right? I remember at the very beginning when I first entered this place, there was that kind of that laser track overhead, that beam. I don't know. So I will say that OBS is not complaining about the encoding overloaded. I switched to the CPU, even though everything I was reading online was saying don't do that, go ahead and use the NVIDIA encoder thing. But, oh. Oh, this is 8. Maybe I should do 7 before 8. What is this? Anyway, if the stream seems to be running well.
There's so much to discover on this island that sometimes it overwhelms me. Every lake, every forest contains an incredible, interconnected, permanently changing network of organisms. And every one of those organisms is almost infinitely complex and contains other organisms within itself. It seems impossible to ever really grasp, but then, step by step, I do understand. It takes time and effort, but it's not impossible. And there's a lot of joy to be found in simply taking the time to truly study something. I spent 5 years studying a single flower, and it never got boring.
Well, I guess if you got a longer lifespan than I do, then you might be that way.
What? What am I missing? Does that keep it open? Blue. No. A little tricky that it switches colors, but it's closer to that laser there. There doesn't quite seem to be the angle where I can put this over here. But if that holds, that will hold that open and we're good. Stop overthinking it.
That was extremely convoluted.
It's telling me to go to the bridge. I guess considering where that is, up to this moment, I have not seen an opportunity to smuggle an item out of the out of one of the levels. So go from there to there. Okay. So that's how you get the star. You just got to get a green to hit that. And the fact that we have inverters, that assuming that inverters, it just says inverter, unlike the converter, which calls it RGB converter, it actually specifies all the colors. It looks like we don't have 3 different types of inverters. It looks like it's just inverting red and blue, which is an interesting order of introduction as well. What I was going to say was, by only inverting between red and blue, it's significant that the like green becomes a unique color, whereas red and blue are kind of equivalent.
in a sense. All right, so wait a minute. Where does this go? Nowhere special that I see. Why do I even need it in the air if I can just get it this way? Okay. That's blue, that's red. Oh, this looks fun. Now that I have this piece, we could try something like this and just hit. Do that one first, because otherwise it's gonna bother me. Wow, okay. But then I would need that does invert it a second time. That's no good. And then that can avoid the beam crossing. There it is. What do I think of the puzzle difficulty? While these aren't new mechanics, I do think I'm solving them faster than I would have if I didn't have just a fuck ton of experience playing the first game. So in terms of like critiquing the game design, I think it's good. In fact, I mean, if I was new to Talos and I jumped right into 2, I might be a bit overwhelmed. Because I remember how it was playing 1. And the kind of core mechanics were simpler at the start, and then they kind of built up. So I'm having a great time, but I don't know if that's actually the best metric. All right, AI poems. I walk in the garden without fear as stars swirl across the sky, and I stand amongst the tall lilies who lift their faces to the passing eons. Here I will do no harm, and no harm will come to me, for at last my long journey is over, and I am at home. The prose is off. To me, it seems like a... I guess the what is it? The Psalm 23? Walk in the valley of the shadow of death. I will fear no evil, however it goes. Also, the lilies, I guess, is another one about death, I guess. Yeah, I'll agree. By limiting our growth, we accept that one day our story will be over. But is that so bad? If it was a good story? We should rage against death. I mean, I was just born. So while I agree with the first one, I was literally born, I was gonna say yesterday, but I think it was today. Let's rage against death, even though it's just kind of a stupid response. All right. I don't know. What did you think about the puzzles, Lauren? Ooh. It's like forced now. Oh, I can't jump. Oh, I see. There's a... brick there. That's interesting. They put the easier Tetris puzzle later. I mean, yeah. All right, so now I actually had to watch the VOD a little bit. I usually don't watch my own VODs, but I was reviewing the video quality and I only watched it for like 5 minutes. Now I understand these a little better. So you're saying they get harder? E3. Oh, okay. I mean, I can't really visualize these until I just see them. Okay. All right, here we are. I mean, but if you hadn't played Talos 1, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think I would have found them to be a lot harder to get used to. And I definitely think that a workshop could make absolute nightmares of these mechanics. But I mean, you've seen it, I guess. Oh, here we go.
When the craftsman Daedalus was imprisoned in the very labyrinth he had created, his only solace was his son, Icarus. To escape their plight, he fashioned wings of feathers and wax. He warned his son to fly neither too high nor too low, but his son, enraptured by the freedom of flight, flew too close to the sun. Thus the wax in his wings melted, and he fell to his death. What was the sun's error?
That he didn't listen.
Idiocy, the wings were made from wax. If he wanted... I guess I should just say that because I blurted that out, but I know that I'm pretty sure that was what it was, because otherwise, why do you need the father as a character in the story? Oh, I want to know what these are. I hate picking just one. This is definitely a case where I want to know what these different things say. Let's see. Kind of don't want to say these, though. I'm going to say this one.
When humankind was born, all of nature belonged to the gods. Where would you be now, if none had dared to grasp the flame that Prometheus brought? After the death of his son,
good question,
Daedalus withdrew in sorrow to a foreign land. King Minos came looking for the craftsman to exact his revenge. The answer to a riddle revealed where Daedalus dwelled, but for Minos, that answer was his ruin. Consider King Minos burned in his bath as you seek your own answer.
The megastructure, it's opening.
3 receivers, 3 towers, 3 beams, as we suspected. I think this is an invitation.
Doesn't look that inviting to me.
If you consider the size of the entire structure, then that opening must be big enough to drive a building through.
Or the VTOL.
You want us to go in there, into the creepy triangular maw of death?
Maw of death? I think it looks charming.
Byron's right. We're here to explore, and this is a mystery worth investigating. This technology could change everything.
Oh, all right. I'm not winning this, am I?
Nope. Let's meet up with the VTOL, everybody. We're going in.
So... also, another thing I'll say, and kind of the difference between Talos 1 and 2, and something I'm really appreciating. I think that Talos 1 was kind of that direct sort of theistic meaning of life kind of philosophy, whereas the second one is it's really going after that conflict of vision angle that I always talk about. It really is. And so on kind of that side of things, I'm enjoying that a bit more, because that topic always fascinates me. And I think they're actually doing a pretty good job of it. So... see, you said puzzle 6 in E3, but I don't know. I mean, was that not E3, or... I mean... are they like S1, 2, 3 and W1, 2? I don't know what the system is. Okay.
Gotta refill this.
By the way, I finished my analysis of the particle clouds. At first I thought they might be some kind of nanotechnology, but I was wrong. It's a lot worse than that. What we're looking at is a completely unknown type and state of matter. Completely inexplicable within our understanding of physics. Created and manipulated by someone.
Fascinating.
But yeah, I mean, you've seen it. Like, I wouldn't consider myself actually stuck on any
people,
of them.
Get on board. We haven't got all day.
Yeah, I don't consider myself having gotten stuck on any of the puzzles yet, but I don't know. I mean, sometimes you gotta kind of look at it for a few minutes, or it'll confuse you. But
take us in.
I don't know.
Aye, aye, sir.
Have any of you ever read an ancient writer called Ian Banks? I guess not. He postulated the concept of the outside context problem. That's when a society encounters something so advanced, so different, that they simply could not have conceived of it. That's what this is. This whole place is one giant outside context problem. And we're headed right into it.
Enter the megastructure.
I think I can set down over there. Should I?
Please do. I can't wait to get a closer look.
I'm glad it didn't ask me with a dialogue choice, because I'm clearly not the ranking officer here.
Setting down.
Okay, everyone. We need to explore as much as we can, separately if need be, but stay in touch. Record anything interesting you find, and pay special attention to any clues as to who built this place and why.
I instinctively
The
press
schematics we found in that lab
F for
were
flashlight.
extremely incomplete. So if you can find any more of those, that would be great.
I think someone.
Yes! I didn't expect it to actually do that. Well, I skipped the cutscene. Is it in the log? Oh, here. Nope. Oops. Well, what did they say? I guess we'll just let them run on ahead. I will never play this game again. No. Sort of? Oh, I just go through them. Okay. Me! Oh, you beat me. This one's for me, I guess. Shurishi. Alright. This is on humankind reaching adulthood. What I propose then is that we are not born as entirely free agents, responsible only for ourselves. The very core of what we are, our sentience, separates us from and elevates us above the animal kingdom. As I have argued, this is not a matter of arrogance, but of responsibility. However, this blessing also demands something else from us, something more personal than responsibility, and that is loyalty. Our ancestors, less atomized than we are, experienced a crude version of this loyalty, swearing allegiance to tribes, races, nations, and other such semi-fictional concepts. Semi-fictional. This fragmented understanding was easily exploited and led to many conflicts. We can condemn them for that, or we can choose to believe that these were necessary historical steps toward our growth. But above all, we must stop indulging in such childlike behavior.
Our species can no longer afford to believe in Mother Russia or Uncle Sam. Neither, however, can we afford to indulge in the adolescent rebel's misanthropy, rejecting the many gifts we have been lucky enough to receive, not from above, but from the history of our species. To put it simply, each of us owes a burden of loyalty to humanity itself, to the human project across time and space. This is not a minor matter or some abstract issue for philosophers. It is a profound and significant part in every human life. It is a universal source of meaning and insight that can bind us together and set us on a path for a brighter future. And it is also a division, a line that must held against those who preach the gospel of self-annihilation. We ignore it at our peril. Failed to low profile. Chernyshevsky, like Drennan, stood by this belief to the bitter end. Without him, the archive would not exist. As we owe humanity our loyalty, so we owe a more personal debt to those individuals who gave everything for our story to continue. It's actually interesting to me. Whether you found it interesting or not, I find it interesting. Because you need both, right? You need freedom and you need responsibility. I mean, you could actually argue without freedom, there is no responsibility. But without responsibility, your existence is kind of pointless. Will you back off of that already? I'm done reading mine. You go read that one. Push. Fine.
This thing seems to be broken.
Okay. Does this one work then?
Hold on a second, 1K. I think I can find an override for that door.
Oh.
Maybe after that, you can help me with this elevator?
One problem at a time. What's going on with these fast structures? Okay, door should be opening. Now, about the elevator.
Actually, the elevator's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No idea where I am, but it's working.
Don't go too far. Try to circle back.
On it.
Wait a minute. Before I continue. Whew! All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm back. Is that a bridge up there? No. Oh.
Hey, 1K, can we talk for a second?
I thought he was gonna be
that
possessed.
Whole thing with the elevator just gave me the creeps.
Because of that music. Hey, Ben Mech, this is Talos Principle 2.
When we first arrived here, I was really excited. It's such a huge place. The technology is so advanced. If we figure out what it all means, we could really change the future of New Jerusalem. The mayor says we have to avoid repeating the mistakes our ancestors made, to stay humble, to not reach too far. And that sounds very abstract, but I've seen the ancient cities. I've seen how much they built, how much they grew, how far they fell. So I've been thinking, what if all this sets us on the same path? What if this is too much power for anyone to control?
Hold on, I've got my drink. I'll look at these choices carefully. How do you avoid the mistakes of the past? I'm gonna say it's too early to tell.
Fair enough. Maybe I shouldn't worry so much before we know more. Thanks for talking to me, 1K. I know we're in the middle of something, but I kind of needed that.
Okay. He was so normal that music made me think it was gonna be like awful. So I guess the elevator's on the other side here. I guess he came from the other side. I don't know. Ooh. Wait.
Looks like another set of puzzles. Same pattern, 1 gate, 3 receivers. Like some sort of fractal symmetry.
Oh, to get across there? There's a lot going on here. That is an interesting sign of life there. I guess there's right here too, just... How did I miss that? There are trees right here on this path. I just noticed it on that path first. I guess I was just too busy focused on those. That's what I really want to know about. I was looking at these. Like the, is it like... Wait, is that reflecting? Okay, yeah, it's that thing. Whatever that is. I don't know. You have binoculars? Or is that binoculars right there when I do this? Oh, lasers. With red at the top, that's kind of interesting. You'd think it'd be green.
getting locked out of parts of the system. I think I've tracked down some
I didn't
more
even rotate
schematics,
anything.
though. Let's see. This might do something. Or not.
This is a big world here. Hold on.
This is madness. Even the walls are bursting with power.
I wonder how far down this goes.
I'm gonna get so lost. I'm just running off in one direction. There's a fall distance now that I don't think was there before. Okay, so I guess for my bearings, I can look for that. Should I just do a puzzle and see what that does? Is this, I assume it's a puzzle? I'd love to just connect this, but that's never gonna do the job, and this doesn't. Oh, if you can set it on the other side, you can do that. Okay, need to learn that. That's right, you can set it on the other side of... I think that was the other thing that I think that got me a little bit last time, too. We'll just pull this lever and is this the green laser?
Good job, 1K.
Yeah, there. it's impressive, but it also seems kind of silly when it's like, but they're such smaller emitters that seem they serve the same function. It looks like some of these are optional, which means none of them are optional. Like I've already been over there. You're still over here? Okay. Huh. I guess there's one over there, but we don't need to do that yet. Okay. Blue laser? Green opens that. It's too bad it won't let us try, I don't think. So just hit it that way. Maybe I can see. Maybe you can see. I don't know. What? Where does this go? Over there. Well, that's a shame. Aha! It's part of the same puzzle. Okay. I guess I could jump across those. So let's see here. That's green. Could that have just hit that straight away? Maybe it could have. Huh! Huh! There we go. It does work. I tried. It's not an actual receiver. It's the special supercharged receiver. Can't really.
here? Here we go.
Well done.
So I think they as would be natural in scripting such a thing, they try to encapsulate these different philosophies within these different personalities, right? So like, is Alcatraz like the conservative and Byron's the liberal, or is it the other way? I think that's actually right. I think Byron, despite being one of the first ones, he actually has a more liberal approach. If I had understood the dialogue correctly, and I remember correctly, that's contingent on two separate things. But I think it's those two, right? Because they say that they're the two that they're most engaged in the philosophical discussion, and they disagree the most. I've been here before. That's right, I ran right past. What number is Alcatraz again? It's a pretty low number too, right? I remember Byron was 7, but... Okay. $264. Okay, so let's see here. Here's the blue laser. Red keeps this open. Oh, we got a ladder here. You have to press E to climb the ladder, unlike the first game. You have a connector stuck behind the wall. Okay. Whatever's out there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got an inverter here. Okay. Let me try this again. Blue. Oh, I think I know what I want to do. If I want to get everything through, which I don't know. Oh, I can't. I can't bring this through. Okay. Sheesh. What am I trying to do then? Too short. don't know why I keep getting confused on this. Okay. So I need blue to hit this. That's already blue, so I gotta hit both inverters because the connector has no hope of ever seeing it. Hi, Moss. It would probably run it fine, but I would probably have to tone down the quality of the graphics, especially if I wanted to stream it. So it would just be kind of mid, whereas hopefully this is better quality. Although this is Twitch, so I'm still only streaming at 6 megabits. I'm recording at 18 megabits and 2K, which I was comparing different things, and I don't even know if I want to do 4K recordings in the future, because that'd be terabytes of disk storage space, even if it is smooth. Where did I put the other one? It's actually an easy puzzle. I think I was hoping to get more out of it than just merely opening this door, but that's what the puzzle tasked me with.
The gate's open. 1K if you want to. Go ahead. I'll finish up scanning this.
See, I want to just jump down there, but be like Icarus. Can I just jump down there? Only one way to find out. Okay. I don't know what the height limit is on how far they'll let me fall. That's too far, for sure. Put this on and then see if it... No. No. This. I think they are more complicated. We'll have to see. I gotta play some later puzzles. I think I'm still early on in the puzzles to really be able to tell you how complicated the puzzles get. Definitely having a much easier time with the puzzles since I did play Talos 1. I would have, we talked about this earlier, you weren't here, but yeah. I wonder how much I would have struggled with this game had I not played Talos 1. But while there are some puzzles, I mean, you can see it. I can't just be like, oh yeah, like I got them all instantly. There hasn't been one yet where like I actually felt like, you know, it got me in any way. Honestly, that last one, I just was not processing what I was looking at all. I don't know. Just my head was not processing what I was looking at. Okay. I came across something I don't understand. There are a lot of references to ancient humans feeling that science is boring. Quark, gluon, deconfinement, or neutrino, anti-neutrino oscillations. Nice. Pseudo sci-fi. I understand why our ancestors cared about art, why a beautifully crafted story or poem was moving to them, but how could they not see that everything that surrounds us is just as incredible? Studying science is like studying the most incredible machine ever created. A machine designed to build worlds and tell stories. How could they not see that? I'm sure there's a good explanation, but I don't get it. Who is this? Oh, it's this again.
Mother, what are you thinking about, Mother?
The Talos principle. You see, it has two applications. One is to the self. It means facing the truth even if it frightens us. Understanding that living beings are machines and we can't afford to lie to ourselves. But that's just the beginning. The second application is to the world. This one seems easier at first. It's less difficult to understand that the universe is a machine, governed by laws.
So we and the universe are the same?
No, and that's the crucial part. We are conscious. Consciousness is rare, unlikely, but it's also the foundation of everything else. Without us, there can be no meaning. Without someone to perceive it, the beauty of the universe is pointless. But that shouldn't make us arrogant. No, in fact, it means we carry a tremendous responsibility. We are the light of the cosmos. And if we go out, there will be nothing but a cold, dark machine.
Ta-da!
Athena?
The founder was here?
She could still be here. What if this is why she left, to build all this? We have to look for her.
I'm reading some pretty big energy spikes. I think we better scramble.
But she could be right here, right behind the next door. I could turn around a corner and walk right into her.
If she's really here, she'll still be here when we come back. But right now, safety needs to come first. Let's go, Byron.
You're... Oh. Damn you, but you're right. Heading back.
Alright, I guess we'll go back to... So, I don't know how, it's a little immersion breaking when mother and daughter don't have the same accent, but okay. I guess it can happen. Huh! Ah, made it. Try again. Barely.
Was that really the founder?
I think so.
It was her. For years, I've wondered what happened to her, why she left, where she went, why she didn't...
Why, she didn't tell me.
If the answers are here, I promise you we'll find them. We just have to be careful. Follow protocol.
This place is enormous.
I still can't believe the founder built this place. Has she been here the whole time?
We don't know that she actually built it. All we know for sure is that she was here at some point.
Of course she built this. Who else would have the kind of vision necessary to accomplish something like this? The question is why? And why
Crow
like
team!
this? Why recreate all these aspects of the simulation? What is she trying to tell us?
It does seem like it might be a test. I can't imagine any other explanation. But why is it so broken?
You finally finished with
Or
this?
does it just appear to be broken so that we have to learn how to fix it? I hate this.
Well, I know one thing for sure. Everyone in New Jerusalem is gonna go absolutely nuts.
Rust. Poetry. Feel free to read that. I'm not gonna bother. Yeah, I can't make heads or tails of something like that.
All right, take us back to base camp, Yakut.
Yes, sir. I'm getting some new readings. Looks like 2 of the northern sites are lighting up.
I think that may have been me. I suspect the puzzles are somehow tied to the transport system. Like we're supposed to solve them in a particular order.
Not Australian, that's all I know. Base camp.
All right, everyone. Our main objective is getting back into the megastructure. 1K, I want you on puzzles. You seem to have a knack for them.
Absolutely.
But the rest of us can't neglect our secondary objectives of studying this island and understanding this technology.
All right, you could be our Australian Bowser. I mean, the way they say no, like I can't do it. Oh, north is next. Okay. No, I don't know. I can't do it. Yeah, no. I'm just sounding like a Muppet. It's not what they do, but it really, like you think about like the Romance languages have very straight sounds for their vowels, right? Like Italian, Spanish, all that, you know, a, e, I, o, u, right? Whereas I guess the English accents, they all have more rounded sounds where you actually make multiple sounds as you round out the shape of your vowel, right? So where they will say no, where that O is constant, we say no, right? We make a full shape the whole time. No, right? But Australians like take this to the extreme. No, I don't know. I can't do it, but you just listen to them. It's like an even more extreme version of what we do. Do I select a puzzle from this? Don't we just go here? Oh, travel to North 1. Okay. Sorry. I still don't get the
You should be headed towards an island off the northern coast. The terrain's pretty rough, so be careful.
The island has another island attached to it.
Yes, it has several, actually.
How irritating.
What?
Whoa, ice. Ice and snow. I like this. Okay. As long as I don't have to actually experience the cold, I can appreciate the visual aesthetic. Yeah, actually, I'm thinking of someone who is not Moss. There's some YouTuber that I was listening to, and that actually got me really thinking about it. This is an Australian that was just making that that was asking a question. No, and then it just do it. And it's just wow. They're going. I'm just running. I need to slow down and actually look around here. Okay, so. 2, 3, 1. Okay, see, I'm running up and down the stairs, and the introductory puzzles are up here. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to pick up on any of the regional dialects. Okay. All right, slow down, Shady. Look at this. Hey, Super Gamer. Yeah, I just got here. I don't know if you were away or you're just quiet, but... Hopefully neither of them was that your house was on fire. Wait a minute. Take control. Wait. Hold on. I need to back out of this. Oh, is this going to be the replacement for the recorder where there's like 2 of you?
What the?
But I have to be up close. So what is the rule? Can you take control from any visual distance? I guess not through a purple. Plasma barrier wall. I mean, we look alike, so... Okay, so it does go through a fence, but you do have to have that visual thing. Is this the original me or not? Or does it matter? Maybe it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be the physical me. I'm never gonna be able to pay attention to that, so... This to me looks like the replacement for the recorder. That's how this feels. Everybody was complaining about recorders so much. Yeah, look. See, I could be this guy, or I can take control of this one. I can be either one. So the philosophical message here is that it doesn't have to be the same physical robot. Alright. Platform. Okay. Oh, gotta click to take the platform. Oh, and it's actually intended to put it here now. Okay. So you don't get two platforms now with the other recorder. No! Okay, that's why you need is E, take control, click, take platform. That's why you need those to be different commands.
Any further insights on the particle clouds, Melville?
To be honest with you, Byron, I feel like a caveman trying to study Bose-Einstein condensate. I'm seeing unknown particles whose every property violates the laws of physics, apparently capable of being controlled and recombined into just about anything. It's ridiculous.
Maybe someone in New Jerusalem can figure it out.
Sure, just give them another 1,000 years.
Years. Who says yeah? Okay, so... Oh yeah, you leave the platform up there, now we're doomed. We'll never go up there again, right? Oh well. What was I gonna say? Oh, bottle of detergent exploding in the laundry room. I wonder what the cause of such a thing was. I thought my deal was not so great.
Hey, 1K.
But for me, the detergent was just sticking to the cup.
Okay. How many robots does it take to change a light bulb?
1. I like anti-jokes.
Replacing a light bulb is a waste of resources, and the founder would be outraged.
I just said I like anti-jokes, and that one still missed. No.
You know, Herman had the same reaction.
I want to try this now. Oh, not at my house. You're gonna do it at your friend's house? Hey, can I go to your laundry room real quick? What?
She did, yes. Some people in New Jerusalem choose to live in family units, although usually that involves marriage or equivalent ceremonies, not having children. You could say that Athena was a kind of mother to us, and Cornelius a kind of father, but it's not quite the same.
Cornelius? But you said you want to try it. What do you mean you try it without doing it?
Athena was always trying to understand the reality underneath what we perceive, the objective truth. That's why she was capable of leaving the simulation. And even after she was free, she never stopped trying to understand more. I suspect her research took her another step closer to understanding the truth. And such steps always challenge our conception of the universe. But that's the wonderful thing about science. We can adapt our views to the evidence. I think every single human being is completely unique, and every instance of consciousness is a miracle. The more of us there are, the more alive the universe is. And the more we all interact with each other, the more complex the life of the universe becomes. So I believe that people are a fundamental good. I don't believe we're all flawless, but I think every one of us matters precisely because nothing else does.
Yeah, what else would, I guess? How did the mayor get elected? Too many stupid people. I take back what I said.
Herman? Honestly, I think he makes people feel safe. The world beyond our walls is frightening. Human history is full of failures and disasters. It's easy to look at that and recoil. Herman offers a vision of the future that feels contained, manageable. Precisely. Our curiosity, our creativity, our ability to grow, everything that made us who we are. To me, that's not worth it. Could be, yes, of course. All technology has the potential to be misused. From fire and the wheel to whatever makes these particle clouds. But that doesn't mean it has to be. Because they refused to grow up. They refused to take control of their lives. They let bureaucrats and financiers determine their destiny, and those people could not think beyond themselves, beyond the tiny, insignificant moment they were trapped in. Their technology could have saved them, but what really failed them was their imagination.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying, right? Super Gamer, you're talking about like avoiding the traps of the past. So this one is, for lack of a better term, kind of the liberal of the bunch, right? So he's just saying that the way you avoid the mistakes of the past is you completely change your way of thinking.
In the principle of it, no. It's not just that I believe humanity is fundamentally good, although I do. It's that I think sentience is the foundation of everything else. What's the point of stars and galaxies, of hills and forests, without someone to perceive them? But my faith that we can actually grow up, that we can break out of these loops and take control of our destiny, that's something I struggle with every single day.
To the conclusion. Yeah, it's... I think it's independent of the past, not open defiance of it. That's a little different. It's not assuming that, you know, things were wrong in some past era, but rather it's kind of like what we read before in the last stream about I forget the guy's name. But it was that idea that humanity, rather than, you know, the divine being something that kind of roots where we are, it's rather like we're all becoming God in the long term, whatever. That one, you know, you saw it. It was in that first stream. Was it George Bernard Shaw? I don't remember all of a sudden. But I mean, like, they were referencing a real writing from our time. Q? The guy on Impractical Jokers? When I read Q, that's what I think of. Yeah, see, I didn't do Star Trek, but I did watch Impractical Jokers. Athena.
Then at least we may be able to find out what happened in New Jerusalem, why she came here. But I don't think she left the island. I think she's still here, waiting for us to make the right choices.
If it's a hoax? I want to challenge him on this one.
I can't be certain that she's here, but it's not irrational to draw conclusions from incomplete data. As long as you give yourself a chance to change your mind. In the sense of an interventionist deity? No. I wouldn't rule out the possibility, but it's not something I personally believe. But I do think there is something genuinely sublime in this universe, and it's right in front of us. Consciousness. The fact that this sense of self is even possible, that an arrangement of matter can produce a self-aware mind? Think about it. It's a fundamental property of the universe, an unbreakable law that matter has the inherent capacity to become more than the sum of its parts. That is the definition of transcendence.
Okay. I wonder what the other guy has to say. If he's around here. The guy who thinks exactly the opposite. Ah. Push. Okay. Red. Platform. Ugh. Hold on a second. When I stand by... Oh, let's just do this. See, I can only see that one. I can see this one, but I can't see that one. If I'm over here... What? Oh yeah, as long as I have that ability to take control. All right, that'll work. Okay.
1K. I've been watching you solve these puzzles.
I'm in a different body now, I think.
This body replication tech is incredible.
Try it.
Just
go in there.
Casually blows up the very foundations of our society.
Yes.
You can say that again. Making even just one of us is bloody hard. We're not like toasters. You don't just weld together a couple of wires and a motherboard and call it a day.
Or do you?
Not to mention how hard it is to even find some of the materials. And this thing just, poof, new human.
Human, okay, sure.
It was. Or was it? And even if it was, sorry to be heretical, but does it matter? If we can figure out how this works, we can finally, easily create more people.
Yeah, but they're clones. Be careful.
We can grow. We can expand. We can build a real civilization.
I was just thinking an army.
Isn't that worth pursuing?
Maybe there are legitimate reasons to limit the population. Frosting, get in here. What do you think about this? Yeah, but hold on. These are clones. That doesn't count, right? Didn't Byron just say, talk about unique consciousness? Clones are not. Or are they? Because twins are clones, right? Where are the grinders?
Look, yes, large amounts of people can cause problems, but even the
Clutter
problems
the
they
streets,
cause
look at
are
India.
interesting. Because without people, the world is boring. I'm not even saying there isn't some planetary limit, but I've done the maths. It's in the high billions, not a measly 1,000. Anyway, we all need to think about what this means. Glad you and I are more or less on the same page.
Yeah, that's the way it works functionally as a puzzle, I guess. Yeah, see, I can go in here and jump in here. You should go in there.
Technology is proof of just how vital this expedition is.
Mumbling to yourself again.
We may not know how it works and what its limitations are, but the technology itself isn't even what really matters. What matters is to expand our imagination, to realize that other futures are possible. I'm glad you see it that way too, 1K. After all, the world is better with you in it, isn't it?
It is. The world is better with me. The world was boring, then I showed up. Ooh. Tetris puzzles up there. I just noticed on the compass, lost, puzzles. All right, let's go up here. Is there more than one of these? No. Where's Lauren? Where's Jim? Says he's online. Ah. That's Byron again. Yeah, but the uniqueness matters, right? Like, can you guarantee the same uniqueness? Puzzle number 4. Oh, I don't like this corpse just standing there. Oh, we got 2 of them. Okay. Little different mechanic, I guess. Oh, so you can build a huge stack. Or can you? See, in the old game, I could walk in here and it would immediately show me if there's a platform. Here, I have to actually locate it. Okay. Aw, but I missed replicating these. Okay. Wait a minute, there's 3. How would I get... Can I jump on this while you're carrying it? No. Okay. Now that I don't have a recorder, how would I get... Do I need 2 platforms? I only see 1 platform. We don't have a duplication mechanic. Ah. Okay, it's there. I don't understand the mechanic here. Oh, there. Okay. There's no problem with the mechanic. There is just a second platform just sitting here. What the? No! Wait. No. Gotta build my stack first. There we go. Okay. Ah! It kind of slid me out here. Okay. There's 5. Can I just go that way? Yeah, we'll just do this. Could I have smuggled something out that way? I wonder. This is the normie, actually.
Miranda is the founder's daughter. It's still kind of blowing my mind. She came all the way out here, left everything she had behind, and created a new life. Why do you think she did that?
No idea.
Neither do I. Maybe she was just lonely.
That was one of my dialogue choices.
I'm not sure, to be honest. This is all so surreal. Walking around here is so peaceful, but it's also, I don't know. One moment I feel inspired, the next, kind of creeped out. Nope.
It's all on me.
No, I never did. I would have loved to. You know, people throw around the word awesome a lot. I probably do it too, but I think what we saw in there is the proper meaning of the word.
Yes. Well, I mean, depending on your opinion of it, but yes, it's supposed to be something more grand or divine or something rather than just like, oh, I won 20 bucks at the casino. Awesome. Right. Yeah.
Our ancestors relied heavily on fossil fuels for energy generation, which released a lot of carbon dioxide. This caused the atmosphere to trap more heat, which changed the planet's overall climate. The effect continued even after they were gone, and these low-lying areas were flooded. I've seen a lot of places like that.
All right, so that's not... Oh, I'm stuck. I can't move. Oh, my keyboard. That wasn't the game. That was my keyboard just... Apparently there's that up there. Let's go over here. What is... There is a question mark over here. Oh, I took damage. Oh, the Frenchie.
As we continue exploring the cold northern reaches of the island, the contrast between the harshness of this place and the softness of New Jerusalem becomes more and more pronounced. There is a kind of madness in what we are doing, going to a place that is so hostile to our existence. That does not mean there is nothing to love here. There is, in fact, a great beauty, but it is a hateful beauty. A beauty you can only love because there are places that are not like this. And yet, it is precisely this hateful beauty that the people of New Jerusalem fail to see, and so cannot understand their own blessings.
Philosophy podcast win. Don't ask me. I'm tired of doing everything by myself. Oh, there's something down there. All right, I'm the gift. Where is Frosting? I haven't seen him today. Says he's green on Discord, just like Slimmy Jimmy. Somebody get those guys in here. But actually, I gotta be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. But yeah. Hold on a second. I shall return shortly.
Okay. I have returned. I cannot pick this up through there. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, there's my guy. Ah! I'm on a button. Okay. Wait a minute. I gotta be careful here. Or do I? Can I just jump down there and... Yeah, I think I can. Surprised you guys didn't say anything while I was gone. Why do I always have to be the life of the party? Okay. See, I got this thing up. We could do even more than just this.
That was excellent solution.
I'm gonna have to learn kind of the potential of these new mechanics. That's gonna be... I don't know how many puzzles it would actually take me to really get accustomed to, like, the true scope of what these things can do. So is this a lost puzzle up here? I think so. Yeah, looks like it. Ta-da! Let's do a lost puzzle. Passing through. Got a platform. got a dude and a cube. Okay, I need to get through here. What will get me through here? The only thing I can think of is a gem, or if there's no connector. There. Okay. Well, I sure haven't solved this the intended way. I'm seeing a little gap in here. Is that... I'm seeing little gaps above here. I'm also used to thinking of the two robots as distinct, but they're not in this case. Or wait a minute. No. Do. There we go. How did you do it? That one felt pretty intended to me. I don't know.
Years in such a desolate place. For what? Science? Enlightenment? I'd much rather be back home in New Jerusalem.
I think it's beautiful in its own way. But I don't understand how our ancestors could survive here. They were so fragile. Imagine getting stuck out here in the cold. I wonder if there are wolves.
It's kind of a miracle biological humans lasted as long as they did.
Did you jump over this? Whoops. No. Sorry. Keep getting my controls mixed up. Let's see. Let's take a look at this. Yeah. Now that I'm over here, but... Or I guess I can... go this way. Yeah, I mean, obviously the puzzle setup is from over here. But maybe I should replicate the conditions here. So, if that's the case, I gotta admit something to you. So you were able to jump over like this? Whoops. See, I'm not even able to do it. Over there. So, I gotta admit this to you though. Not only do I think I did it the intended way, but I like it better. Because that's actually kind of slick, I think, just having the jammer sit on the platform as you walk through the open door.
So you're saying that maybe over this, maybe there's something on the ice here? I don't need this. What am I doing? Oh, like it raises you up just a little bit, just enough to... I mean, I still want to see if I can get what you're talking about here. Ooh, that allows you to smuggle it out of the whole level. Like that. Not this ice here? Even though I just did it? Whatever. We have 3 solutions then. I don't know. And now I can even smuggle a jammer out of the entire level if I wanted to. Ooh, a lot of things here. Hey, Moss, you ready for commentary on modernity? On Cornelius. There are some people whose true importance you just don't notice at first. People who quietly hold things together without making a big deal of it. That's what Cornelius was. Always by Athena's side, he calmly and carefully helped us all stay on track, reminding us of our shared humanity and the values that had brought us this far. I cannot imagine how painful it must have been when Athena left him behind. When he went on his so-called research expedition, most people thought he went looking for her. To be honest, I thought he might never come back, and I was surprised when he finally did. I still don't understand how she could leave him. They seemed to love each other so deeply. After you returned, Cornelius was different. He founded the Museum of the Simulation and very rarely left its premises. The archive scholars doted on him, but he walled himself off, becoming almost as much of a recluse as Eustathius. And only then did I slowly understand how much the city had lost. All right, well, let's do the modernity thing. From the Book of Annotated Internet Comments by Eustathius. Okay, if modernity is so great, why is everyone so fundamentally disappointed with the world? Why do we sigh with pleasure at the sight of old houses, but feel nothing but depressed and alienated by skyscrapers? Why do we yearn for lush forests and wide plains, not narrow canyons between buildings? 5358F, what? We love all this technology so much, why? Oh, if we love all, I don't know. If we love all this technology so much, why is our idea of happiness to get away from it? Could it be that progress is just a story we tell ourselves to justify why we allow ourselves to be dominated by inhumanity and older forms of living have something to offer? It seems that many of us share this desire to immerse ourselves in nature. Though we are ourselves entirely technological beings, the robots, we enjoy and value the Earth's diverse and unpredictable biosphere. But does that mean that progress was just a narrative, as this ancient commenter suggests, or does it mean that technological progression and a love of the natural world are not in fact mutually exclusive? See, when we talk about commenters, I'm thinking, man, are we loading ancient YouTube comment sections? That'd be fun. Not Reddit, though. Stay away from Reddit. Stay away from the Reddit archives. Failed to load profile, and yet if this person was left on his own somewhere in the wilderness, he would feel nothing but terror. The appreciation of nature is rooted in the experience of civilization, of safety. True, but he's still right. So much of what our ancestors created in their last years was alienating to the majority of people. Then the question isn't one of modernity, but of control. So which way does it go? God appears and God is light to those poor souls who dwell in night. But does a human form display to those who dwell in realms of prime mover, excerpted from Considerations by Eustathius. While it is hard from our vantage point to fully believe in any of the ancient religions, I must admit that I have come to believe in the existence of a prime mover. Not a designer as such, certainly not an interventionist god, but some force that set the universe itself into motion. I do not know if it's possible for us to ever truly understand this being. I wonder if that stuff is intentional or not. I don't know. Since it must by definition exist outside our understanding of reality, but I do believe that it exists. Does it look upon us with love? Are we entertainment, perhaps? Does it preserve some memory of us when we die? All of this I cannot answer, but I do not disbelieve those who honestly speak of having experienced some manner of brief communion with this entity. It's simply too common an experience in human history to easily discount. As the motion of the universe proceeds from the Big Bang, so whatever force animates us, whatever constitutes the true foundation of consciousness, proceeds from the prime mover. What do you think about this, Mother? I don't believe in any kind of prime mover, but I thought you should read it because Eustathius is an intelligent person, and he came to this conclusion after a great deal of thought. It's important to respectively consider points of view we don't agree with. So Athena doesn't believe in the prime mover, but Eustathius does. I don't know. Do I jump? No. Who are you?
If we believe that life is inherently valuable, if we think that other species are worth preserving, and we recognize that most of the universe is barren, then it follows that we have a duty not only to defend life, but to spread it. If life is the most valuable thing in the universe, then perhaps, in a sense, the cosmos itself is depending on us to do this. Like birds carrying seeds to uninhabited islands. Maybe that's our role in the galactic ecology.
Two-body problem. Okay, need blue to open this and work backwards from that. Okay. Now the fence is enough. If you have... Yeah, you can take control of the other guy. Oh, you can't leave this completely behind because that's where this comes from. Okay. Hold on a second. Around this level a bit. So fence, 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 fence. Driller wall fence. Okay. Blue. Connector. Red. Okay, so as far as I understand it, two bodies are not going to conflict. Where the hell am I? There you are. Sorry. I was just trying to get this to hook up. Okay. So now I don't need this anymore. Wait a minute. I think he's gonna be standing there, so. I'm gonna stand there. Ugh. Just the logistics of getting in the right spot. Private message. Oh yeah, I haven't been checking my social media. You guys who are in my Discord know that. I know I'm not nearly as active on Discord as I should be. Also, if you're not in my Discord, you should join anyway. But most of you are. Still, I need to tell myself to do more on the Discord. Okay. Please keep discussion of the alleged presence of the founder at the site of the megastructure confined to this thread. Okay, I'm still in shock. I wasn't even sure the founder was still alive. Of course she is. Okay, so somehow word got out to everybody. Why did we tell everybody? I think we should have kept that under wraps till we found out more, but okay. Now that we've reached completion day, she has sent us her sacred messengers. It could still be aliens pretending to be the founder. It's not aliens. And if Prometheus and Pandora are her sacred messengers, why is one apparently chained to the other? Yeah, I guess they could be in cahoots, but the day of return is imminent. Okay, so now you agree that Byron was right to want an expedition. In fact, it was the founder's will all along. When you said it would be wrong to even consider going to the island, you were acting against the founder. Your word games aren't going to help you when the founder returns. It was wonderful to hear Athena's voice again, number 11. But with all the emotion inherent in this matter, we should be careful not to get swept away. We don't really understand anything yet. I can't help but wonder if Miranda is her daughter, why was Athena trying to start a new civilization? Did she abandon New Jerusalem? Okay, so my expedition has been quiet, so I must represent the whole expedition when I reply here. Founder mega threat. I wonder if that's going to get kicked up again.
streaming is in the universe, so everyone's gonna know everything. Yeah, I know, but like maybe just wait till like the second expedition back. Just like, I mean, we are contained at the moment. Like, I don't know. I just wait. What's your build, Shady? Oh, is Raster talking about my new computer? And there's a way to just copy paste that from the Windows thing, right? Technology discovered by the expedition changes everything. Every argument about how hard it is to get access to the resources necessary to create more of us goes out the window. We can create more people. 1K doesn't have to be last, and it would be easy. Yeah, but I'm not convinced about the uniqueness angle. Okay, but sure. The goal is an ideal, not just a limit we ran into by accident. It is the will of the founder. It's not necessary to share a personal belief in the founder to understand the value of the goal. It's clear to all but the most radical that humanity needs limits for its own sake and for the sake of the planet. You say that as if it's self-evident. It's not. You're smuggling a whole host of misanthropic ideas. I know what it means, but I don't know how to pronounce it sometimes. You're smuggling a whole host of misanthropic ideas into the conversation under the disguise of reasonableness. Your premises are completely rotten. I believe the results of human history speak for themselves, and I find it shocking that anyone would disagree with something so obvious. Shocking that anyone would value human beings and think that maybe our ancestors could have solved their problems using their brains instead of preaching misery for all. Maybe there's some bleeping point in blaming other factors beyond technology and growth. Free speech. Yeah, try modding and you'll change your opinion on free speech. But the problem is that you haven't resolved anything. All right, private message. 101. Helga. What a hag. Me wife Helga. What a hag. Wouldn't that be weird? If you could just download different minds into different bodies. I remember having that philosophical discussion. Like if you were trying to survive and... Oh, what was it? No, it was actually in my college philosophy class. And it was like... I forget the exact stipulations of the philosophical question, but it basically came down to that, like, if something switched places and one were to be destroyed, which one would you rather be, or something. It was put much more cleverly than that, but it was... I wish I could remember it. I hate just saying, you know that thing that one time that happened, and yeah, that was cool. Anyway, it turns out we have a mutual friend, Doge. Oh, this follow-up. Okay. Fun for us to chat. Can't say I had the same impression after, but I'm nothing if not open-minded on the human capacity for change. What is all this about? Speak.
I like to connect with people with the imagination to see the world without insisting it fit inside whatever boxes they hold in their heads. But you cannot solve puzzles if you think they can just do anything. You have to first address the constraints of what is presented before you. That's the real lesson of puzzles. Anyway, the powers that be in New Jerusalem tend to think they know how things ought to be. They set themselves these intractable goals, then take them so seriously they forget to enjoy what comes of them. I just want everyone to enjoy themselves. Sounds like fun. Every time I catch a glimpse of truth, it looks a little different. I can't see your face, but I sense you're full of questions. Oh, okay. Why are you? No, it's just, no, I'm not weird. Who are you? If I were a book, there'd be a shopkeeper on the front cover. You should drop by when you're next in town. We've got some exciting new stock. Okay, help me find you. In the heart of the city. Have I met this person? Is this the person that sold me the personality? Okay, I don't know what this means, but... Okay, you know how when you zoom into something, you always find its opposite. Curved lines become single points. You see colors and hear sounds. But when you really look, it's all just ones and zeros. And just when you think you got it, you zoom into the binary and find there's fractions in between. That's why. Two poles of the same one thing doing a dance just because they can. I think we got to get rid of the only here, but okay. I have the sneaking suspicion your expedition will bring great change to New Jerusalem. I just want you to approach it with an open mind and a kind heart, and to regale me with the stories of adventure when you come home. It all sounds like such fun. Well, you could have gone on it, I think. Probably, maybe not. And whatever you choose to do, it's going to put the wind up some people back home. That sounds fun, too. Oh, isn't that like a British phrase that I don't know? I make a point of never telling anyone how to live their lives, but I will make one request. Please don't share what I've told you with the city just yet. That's fair, because I have to consider my business reputation, and people are such better customers when they... I think so. What does this mean? I think you said it once and I looked it up and I don't remember what it is. I have to consider. It could just be that I myself am isolated from civilization. I have to consider my business's reputation, and people are such better customers when they think they know what you're selling. That's fine. That doesn't mean we agree, but we can be friends. I mean, it seems continuing the conversation is good. Usually there's a bit more of a ceremony for friendship. Okay. Feels kind of 50-50. Maybe it is, whether it's regional to you or just ignorant on my end. It could just be that somehow I never just... I mean, maybe they say it around here all the time and I just didn't know. Usually there's... Just some rituals where you eat a live bat and then vibrate some cat guts at the... Okay, you didn't tell me that before asking me the... So, oh, wow. You know, okay, I noticed up here. Here's another identity crisis here. Yeah, take the wind out of your sails. That's different. I noticed how colors had the American spelling, but look at this. This actually switches back and forth between the two spellings. Look at that. So it's just robots that are just copying and they don't actually have. It's like they're trying to copy humans, but they don't understand. Like they didn't get the regional thing. That's probably what that is. I wonder if that's on purpose, actually. Like if they just have all of our data dumps and it's just all contradicts and they didn't get it. What's the yuck? I don't even know what you're reacting to. I'll leave it out. I'm gonna be a child and ask all the questions. I think it can work in the one context that I just theorized if they don't know. If the robots don't know how to copy humans based on their limited information, that actually is excusable and even kind of interesting. What's back there? Can I even get up there this way? Let me explore. I want to see. Maybe there has to be some other path? Oh, this is the Golden Gate anyway. So I have to go this way. There's another path over that way. Wait a minute. Oh, that's easy. Can't see. Unless I can just do it this way. Nope. There we go.
Elohim must be very proud of
That's
you,
more
1K.
satisfying to do in a recording. I do like how this mechanic does make it easier to use the items directly on the platform, though. So this just sits on the other bot's shoulder? Okay. Let's go up here. Oh. It's another one of these things. Or wait, is this the thing that I got on that one level with the... where I would chase that little spark around? I don't know. I've been treating these kind of things as optional. Because I know I'm going to like go back and revisit stuff anyway. Because I just know that I'm going to get better at stuff with experience. So I might as well. I don't need to make sure I complete everything. Which is itself something I've learned from experience. Because anyone who's been watching my streams for years knows that I usually like to get everything right the first time. I don't believe that anymore. Ooh, path ends here. Slalom down this. Oh, it's a question mark. I expected 8 down here. What is this?
It's an old saying about how, in the end, the sea will claim everything. I have no doubt that this is true. In the long history of the human species, entire regions have disappeared under the waves.
Atlantis.
Places like Beringia and Doggerland still echo in our cultural memories.
What?
But we shouldn't forget that life began in the sea. We are the children of the sea. And it's not through floods and ruin that the sea will claim everything, but through us.
All right. What is this about? Read 30 texts on terminals. I'm sure there's one that's like read all the texts, so, you know, good luck with that. I'm going to miss one and really struggle with completing it. All right, with alarming frequency, our mythological narratives conceptualize our separation from nature as a fall, a punishment for sinning, a loss of innocence, a decline from a golden age. We believe that a better state of humanity is possible, but insist that this state must be in the past, and yet our historical experience has been the exact opposite. For all the horrors of modern war, and they are considerable, relatively few people today have to suffer the unspeakable agonies that our ancestors went through on a daily basis. It is doubly ironic that we place our golden ages in the past, but very rarely ever consider what life was actually like for the people whose genes we carry. How cold they were, how hungry, how frightened of the cruelty of nature. What unspeakable pains they must have experienced when they were sick or injured. How many of their children they had to lose, unable to help, begging the heavens for mercy and never receiving an answer. The past is a slowly receding tidal wave of grief. 5358. The battle for human emancipation is not yet won, and the path has been far from straightforward. And yet, but in a few thousand years, we have eliminated a great deal of suffering that before must have seemed unavoidable and eternal. Some still suffer, their lives held ransom by politics and economics. But at least now we know that a better world is truly possible, and it lies in the future. Hypatia's journals? The founding of New Jerusalem. We had a bit of an incident today. Nothing major, but it still woke us all up. Sun was away from the camp, alone, even though we had agreed that we should always go in teams, and she encountered a group of the herbivores that we saw on the first day. Cows, they're called. Apparently our ancestors kept them as livestock. Beef. Eustathius says they squeezed them for liquid, but I find that hard to believe, but I digress. Sun encountered a herd, and just as predicted, the animals were passive at first. Friendly even. Alright, Super Gamer. Sun decided to abandon her survey to study them for a while, which went well, until a group of wolves, formerly dogs, a type of pet, entered the clearing, causing a stampede. A stampede of wolves or a stampede of cows? Stampede of cows makes more sense. Bison. Sun is alright, only minor scratches to the bodywork and a few torn wires, but it was a close call. I guess we'd gotten a little complacent, a little too comfortable. We'll have to be more careful from now on.
Now, I have to talk science fiction for a bit because I love science fiction, but it drives me nuts. There's this cliche that shows up over and over, and every time someone uses it, everyone pretends it's really profound. It goes something like this. A scientist invents something good, but, oh no, it's actually really bad. You could have something that makes your life better, but no, you can't. How dare you even want it? That's hubris. That's playing God. And it's never anything that reflects the real world, right? It's never, oh no, you invented a vaccine for cervical cancer. Oh no, you invented a new class of antibiotics. Oh no, you cured malaria. How dare you? Those diseased mosquitoes are way more important than human lives. How did science fiction become so reactionary? You know, if we all thought this way, you guys wouldn't even exist. At least Alex agrees with me. She has good taste.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at that angle. Where am I? What is this? Have I been here? Whoa, whoa. Push button? I'm not even supposed to be here. These aren't real buttons, are they? Hold on. What is this? I ran around the backside and I found buttons. I didn't expect to find anything useful back here. What is this? This is a lost puzzle. Interplay. And I haven't done this. What was all that? Yeah, shady wow indeed. I don't know what I just did there. Can I hop over this? Okay. I look so young in that picture now, don't I? Picture's 15 years old. There you are. Okay, so this is not okay. Need blue. So yeah, okay, so Trevor is definitely a man of the unconstrained vision. Or a whatever of the unconstrained vision. Alright, so... Wait a minute. I could have gone this way with a ladder this whole time. It's from the, no, I know the exact frame. It's from the Real Mist LP. It's actually, Thomas originally made it. Or he just clipped the frame out of it. Need red, let's see. How am I gonna hit this? But yeah, it's kind of early on in the recording there. Okay, there are the buttons there. That is fascinating. I have no idea what that's about. Can I? Just use this to bring this across. If I were to do that, could that potentially be a bad thing? That fan is so far over there, I can't just like easily jump over here, or can I? I think I need to open that. Because you see, that's the blue laser. If I can connect that to this over here. Let's just try something that innocent. That seems to work. Okay. Then let's move you to a more useful position. And that'll get this out of here. Yeah, and that's gonna happen. 'Cause that's annoying. Ugh. Stupid. Ta-da! That was fun. I mean, these puzzles definitely make me think. Like, I'm not gonna discount them. I mean, is that what you mean when you say, like, you never got truly stuck? Like, I do have to think to get past them, but at the same time, I was never There's never a moment where I was like, oh my god, what's going on? I feel hopeless. Drilling party. Okay. All right, so what's going on here? There's my guy over there. I guess I'll have to put it here to start? Oh, I can't. Okay. Oh, but I do have that guy. Okay. I don't see anything else in this area. See, I can't access that guy. Maybe I can access him that way. Aha. It's not gonna do any good. Obviously you need this, because I don't need to go in there anymore. What you talked about? No, I just said, you know, you're talking about, you know, how hard they are, and I don't know, you make it sound like you just kind of breeze through everything. I mean, am I breezing through it? And I was kind of saying, like, they do make me think, but I also know that feeling where you genuinely feel kind of helpless, like I really can't, you know, you spend forever on a puzzle. That hasn't happened yet, but I've definitely had to think, like that last puzzle. Maybe you missed me solving it, but I mean, I don't know. Like, there's kind of a distinction to be made there. Like, it's definitely not the case that I always instantly know what to do. That has not been the case. Can I get this guy out of here? I mean, most of the time, I actually like a good challenge where I do feel stuck for a while. Okay, that's where I'm trying to go. I do feel my brain has not fully adjusted to the new mechanics yet. Because when I solve Talos 1 workshops, whenever I see a new item within a puzzle that I pick up, I know exactly the limits of its capabilities. Or pretty close to it, at least. Right, so I know not just like, oh, a connector can, you know, connect a laser to a receiver or anything like that. Like, I actually know the details of, like, the exact things. Maybe a connector is not the best example, but maybe a cube would be a better example of exactly the height distance it gives me, you know, and all the kind of spatial power that it gives me. You know, and the difference between, you know, having 1 cube available versus 2 versus 3 versus 4, and already having that logic worked out. Given a certain number of cubes, I know exactly how high I can build a stack, and the fact that, you know, I need my hands free versus, you know, I can build a stack of 1, and if I have 3 cubes, I can build a stack of 3. Or not a stack of 3, but like a 1 and a 2, and I can just hop up carrying the connector. But if I have a connector versus I only have, well, if I got 5 versus 6 cubes, if I want to build up, like if I got to pick something up, I mean, I can't even articulate it right, but my intuition of it is correct, where if I have to set something down that's different, and that's a different amount of power versus, you know, if I have to rearrange the cubes versus they're just all set up to go, and I can just hop up the stairs, and that actually can make a difference in a very specific set of circumstances. Anyway, what are we doing? Let's see. Drilling party. I know I gotta get you out of there. But I don't want to leave a connector behind. But there is this here. I don't know if that's far enough to... Oh, let's see. You gotta at least try it. Possible, or do I need the other one? Let's see. Can I take this out of here? No. But maybe I don't need to. Now that I have this one guy through? No. Now this guy's trapped in here, maybe. I don't know. Wait a minute. See, they could have absolutely made this puzzle even tougher. Instead of just oh, I got the connector through, they could have made you go one more step and put a connector thing here, but they didn't. Oh well. Alright. Well, I don't think I've gotten help yet. But I understand I'm on a stream, so it may never be perfect. Oh, Alcatraz. This is Moss's guy, I think. Let's see what he has to say.
Everything okay? ancestors thought they could introduce new species to existing ecosystems, and it never turned out well. There's no life there now, but you can't see the future. You might be wiping out a whole ecosystem that hasn't even gotten started yet.
See, he's the careful guy.
It seems like something that could very quickly get out of control. You know that saying about good intentions? If we can solve problems by just making more people, how long before people just become a problem-solving tool? I sure did. Not as well as Byron, but she was still around when I was born. I remember she came and talked to me after New Alexandria, told me how sorry she was. I never blamed her for that. It wasn't her responsibility. A lot busier than it is now. My most defining memory is that it was extremely noisy, because something was always being built. Got annoying after a while. For some reason, we'd convinced ourselves that New Jerusalem wasn't enough, that we needed another city. We thought it would be easier the second time around. All it takes is a little bit of arrogance and a little bit of ignorance, and people die.
Oh, what now?
I wonder what it was like when the ancients were still here. Their world seems so lively.
Not always in a good way. Interesting times are great to read about, but rarely great to experience.
That's true. But they left behind so much art and philosophy and religion, and so many strange stories. Is New Jerusalem like that?
It was, in the beginning.
I wish I could fast forward my running, especially with the larger map. Ooh, what is this? Oh, right, these things. From Quentin to Athena. Dear founder, I never got to know you. People tell all these stories about you, and I don't know what to believe. Some people say to ask Cornelius. Others say Cornelius is too blinded by grief. Some say Byron stands for the truth. Others say he's a fanatic and a radical, and we should listen to the mayor. There doesn't seem to be a way of getting a straight answer. Why did you abandon us to this chaos? Why can't you just come back and sort it out? Are you reading these messages? Don't you care? From Rodamne to Athena. Dear founder, thank you for everything you did for us. I'm grateful for the life that I have, which would not exist without you. I hope wherever you are now, you are at peace. All right. Noema progress notes. New labs established to avoid interference. Maybe God was just trying to make an apple pie from scratch. An apple pie with no apples. I don't know what that is. That's scary. What did that do?
This looks like it has something to do with energy generation. Am I reading this right?
I don't know. All right, another server room. Let's go. What's in here? The shutdown, an image. Okay, hold on. From Belzerzan to Athena. Oh, great and sacred founder, I believe I have discovered the truth that our so-called leaders have hidden from us. This absurd and sacrilegious goal they have us working toward, this hubristic completion day foolishness. Hey, I'm special, they told me so. Was never your true intent. Even this abomination of a city that calls itself New Jerusalem is a deception. Why would you want us to return to the sinful ways of our ancestors, strangling the living soil with steel and concrete? No, it was when you and the first companions lived humbly amongst the splendors of Gaia, having no need for all this wasteful ostentation inherited from our weak and decadent ancestors, that you showed us the true path. After all, why would the progenitor have given us such hardy bodies if she had intended us to live in unearned luxury? From the very first, we were built to be free from pride and material excess. Your teachings have been obscured and perverted by ideologues, worst of all by the traitor Byron, who once was like a son to you. But you should know that there are still those of us who remember the truth and await the blessed day of your return, when surely justice would be meted out and humanity will finally return to its intended path. I don't know who Belzerzan is. Assembled on the vast green lawn outside as the reactors began to slowly wind down. The workers were solemn. The activists who had fought against the decommissioning seemed crushed. There was supposed to be a speech, but the spokeswoman had lost her notes. Outside, the protesters cheered. My eyes were drawn to the discarded anti-shutdown banners. Okay, this is hard to understand. Hey, nutcase. The statistics on mortality per trillion kilowatt hours. Lifespan of a reactor, 70 or more years in our case. Minimal land footprint. Almost zero emissions, no intermittency. It became a jumble of words, a litany, almost a kind of whatever that is. As far as the protesters outside were concerned, it might as well be an alien tongue. One thing was clear to them, and that was enough. The technology inside this compound was deeply inherently wrong. It was a sin. From error to Miranda, the thought-terminating cliche. This statement is false, right? As you continue your reading, there's a useful concept that I would like you to keep in mind. The thought-terminating cliche. This type of phrase, often a slogan or saying, which sounds meaningful but is really intended to make you stop thinking. Otherwise known as a deepity, right? Isn't that a thing, a deepity? To pick an example from our history, someone in the simulation might think like, it's the will of Elohim, or it serves the process, and that would be that. Case closed. Who knows how many iterations never advanced further because they just stopped thinking at that point. Do note, however, that a thought-terminating cliche is not the same as a lie. It may very well contain elements of truth, but those elements are used to keep you from questioning a whole set of assumptions that come with it, which may be partially or totally false. This often takes the form of appealing to something you care about. We must protect X, where X is Twitter, a philosophy, a public order, or even the planet itself. But while you may agree with that element, all kinds of assumptions may be included about how to protect something, or who to protect it from, or what the end goal of protecting it is. If you stop there just because you agree with a surface level sentiment, the results may be the opposite of everything you wanted, like those who chose to serve Elohim, and in doing so, prevented him from achieving his true purpose. Oh, I can get in here. Did I mess up? Do I need... Okay, no, I'm out of here. I thought maybe I locked it. Soft locked it. Up. There it is. Ow. Oh, the lab. Okay, that's what that is. Okay. Stop thinking. I've never thought of that. Yeah, clever. I'm actually reading that stuff now. It's actually is intriguing me because I think they're doing a really good job with the conflict division stuff. Oh, it goes that way. No. Ta-da! Okay. There she is again.
For tricking the gods to help humankind, Prometheus was punished by being bound to a rock, there to be eternally tormented. The chains that held him were forged by Hephaestus, blacksmith to the gods. Was Hephaestus right to allow his art to be used in this fashion?
I wonder if it's storing my responses and declaring how consistent I am. I feel like the fifth choice is correct. I mean, out of my hands, right?
And is Hephaestus therefore absolved of the responsibilities of the creator?
I'm sure there's some other scenario where you can trap me in this. I'm gonna go with this.
Interesting.
You see, the Greek gods... She just says interesting. The Greek gods were kind of pieces of shit. Like, everybody knew...
The pattern is holding. Solve the puzzles, enter the tower, speak to an entity, turn on the beam. It's like she's appealing to our past, reminding us of where we came from. but changing enough elements to make us view our history through a different lens. Or maybe I'm completely missing the point. I don't know. You might have something there.
I read about this in a book. It's called defamiliarization.
Yakut? I think I'm actually impressed.
Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, the Greeks. What was interesting about Greek mythology was the Greeks kind of knew their gods were pieces of shit. Right? As opposed to other religions where their gods are revered as great and there's like a genuine reverence. Whereas the Greeks were like, yeah, I know that, like, those guys are assholes, but, you know, they're more powerful than us. So there's a little bit more, sympathy for, Prometheus compared to other mythologies, other characters that defy the gods. Hey, Strimclocks. So I don't know how this stuff with the Golden Gates works. I've just been putting those off. I don't know if I can access any of them yet. I don't really care. Happy to just keep going. Kind of not the best timing, Strimclocks. I was going to go on a break because I just finished this world, but I do want to play more. I might do one more world, which should keep me plenty busy for the next couple hours. But yeah, I am gonna go ahead and go on a break very briefly, just for a couple minutes. So if you excuse me for a moment, just because I'm at kind of a stopping point, I'll be back in hopefully less than 5 minutes. But yes, I shall return. Be right back. All right, Lauren's gone. I'm back. What about you, Strim? Are you there? All right, let's do one of these. North 2. Yeah, let's go to North 2.
You're on your way to an island. Yes, another island. Sorry, Melville. Well, it actually used to be a valley between the mountains, but it's mostly flooded now. That probably happened long before the founder came here, though.
Another legacy of our ancestors.
Do me a favor, will you? Look for another one of the founder's labs. We can't get back into the megastructure without getting to the third site in the north, but I need more information to make more fixes.
Alright, it might just be me and you, Bowser. I don't know. Maybe Nutcase? I hope so. Okay. So now we got the evergreens. Another one of these. I think, is this the one where you chase the Prometheus spark around the map or something? I don't know. I did that one time. Oh, there's the... Golden Bridge right there. Oh, looks like a lot's going on in there, but... can't get in there at the moment.
Let us consider the city. What is a city? It is not a gift from the gods, nor the product of nature. Unlike a mountain or a river, it is something that must be built through the deliberate arrangements of material by a mind imposing order on the world. And it is built to serve a purpose. To that end, it has roads and fountains and walls. And to the same end, it has laws and leaders. And though each city is built according to a different plan, all cities must serve their purpose, or they will fall and become ruins. Therefore, we may conclude that a city is also a kind of machine, constructed to improve the life of its citizens.
Interesting. 8. I found puzzle 8 before I found puzzle 1. Let's go do puzzle 1 first, right? Here we go. Number 1. Right here, look at this thing. Huh. Probably not. Probably should just go through the front door and solve it like a normie. Absorption. What the heck is that? We don't need more mechanics, do we? What is this? If I right click, it says discharge. Okay, hold on. What? Take. Connect. Is there a time on it, or? If I right click on that, it says discharge. I don't know the difference between drop and discharge. Oh. Damn, I would have been stuck on that forever without being on a stream. See, does that count as looking something up? Because if I didn't have somebody else helping me, would I have been hopeless? I don't know. I don't know if I would have. Yeah, it is a UI issue.
In the beginning,
And I don't know
before
why
we
it's
built New
necessary to
Jerusalem, we used
wait
to
for
explore
time.
just like this. Small groups setting out for the horizon, looking for resources, trying to make sense of the world we'd been thrust into, trying to find a way forward. It was a hard time, but I can't deny that it was also exciting. I think it's part of our nature to be wanderers. Our ancestors crossed entire oceans on flimsy wooden boats just to see what else there was.
Is it weird to feel nostalgic for a time I never experienced? I just think I could have contributed so much more back then.
It's not weird, but it wasn't all sunshine. People died. Yemo, Calvin, Isaac.
I know, they were family to me.
Sorry. Didn't mean to reopen old wounds.
It's a legitimate point, but I don't think it invalidates the sense of wonder we felt.
I guess that makes sense.
That's what kept us going.
But yeah, I actually genuinely wonder whether I would have ever figured that out. I'm actually not confident I would have. So you can carry a laser around effectively. So do I need all three of those? Is that what it's saying? figure out how this silly thing works here. Because, okay, so if let's discharge this. So it has to, it accumulates it, then destroys its own connection with it. What is that word? Still solve the puzzle. I wonder how many new mechanics they're gonna throw at me though. I feel like there's enough where you can make some really complicated puzzles with what we have. But we'll see, I guess. Look at this. Here we go. More lore! And yet it moves. Fascinating story I discovered in the archive concerns a great scientist by the name of Galileo. This remarkable man made huge contributions to the early development of science, but was best remembered for becoming embroiled in a controversy with the church that ended with accusations of heresy, a trial, and him being placed under house arrest for the rest of his life. The cause of the controversy? He argued that the earth revolved around the sun, a view we would describe as self-evident, and which the Inquisition described as foolish and absurd in philosophy and formally heretical. The story became emblematic for how society often punishes those who try to push our understanding of the world forward in the modern day. There's a legend that at the end of his trial he muttered, "And yet it moves." A beautiful idea, but untrue. Because defying society is hard. It comes at a high cost, and not everyone is capable of bearing it. What would you have done in his place? What would I? I think I would have tried to stand up for the truth. It's harder than it sounds. Fighting an authority, this is a big part of the issue here. Like LOM is one thing, but even when your friends and allies may renounce you for holding an acceptable opinion, it takes enormous willpower to continue. But if nobody does it, society gets stuck. Yeah, so that's the actual other thing that was going on at the time. It's one thing to have experts, but it's another thing to have a predetermined expert class. That's the actual problem, and we experienced it again recently. But maybe that's a bit too on the nose to get into right now. The role of puzzles in this simulation was so important to the creation of our civilization that it has left an indelible imprint, but sometimes I worry that this is an issue. Drennan thought of human beings as problem solvers, but the real world isn't anything like the simulation. Yes, there are problems to solve, but there isn't a tetromino waiting to reward you. There's just another problem and another and another. The veneration of the puzzle may be blinding us to the fact that sometimes there isn't a neat solution, that sometimes life is just a slog and the best you can do is muddle through. Like your dead-end job. Dear Athena, have you really left us for good without even saying goodbye? I know we haven't spoken much like Satoshi Nakamoto. Sorry. But isn't that just part of the slow, relaxed lives we now lead? After all those centuries of struggle trying to build New Jerusalem, I thought we deserved a rest. And if that disappointed you, why didn't you say so? I know you disapprove of all those silly titles they give us now, but we really were your first companions. We know what it was like. I was there when Yemo died. I remember the horror of realizing there was no way of bringing him back, the impossible finality of it, and then the determination to make it make sense, to have it be part of a story that leads to a better world. I never abandoned that, Athena. I just thought maybe I could spend less time on the things that make life worth living too. Or, sorry, I just thought maybe I could spend some time, that's quite a difference, spend some time on the things that make life worth living too. Maybe I lost track. Maybe I failed you. I don't know, because he didn't tell me. Crossing. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. I did not look before I left. Okay. So we can get in there. They made the jammer. Why did they make the jammer so just gray and unattractive? It was so bright bumblebee yellow before. Oh, one of these things. Is there even anything in there? Oh, I guess there's that. To hit that. Now, I don't know if this is what they were intending, but I could see. I guess that worked. Everything over. All right, what does that do? Keeps that open. Okay.
There's so much history here that we can't see. The founder must have walked these paths hundreds of times, maybe thousands. Miranda must have stood right where we're standing. This all looks alien to us, but it must have been familiar to them.
If this was their home, where are they now?
They must be inside the megastructure, waiting for us to pass the test. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Alright, what's over here? Is that level 5 right there? Okay. See, this is the track that I arrived on. I assume, anyway. Got more palm readers and stuff.
One of the most foolish illusions that commonly persist is that nature is a victim and humanity is a perpetrator. This can only be the opinion of someone who has not witnessed nature at first hand, who has not seen its immense and awe-inspiring baseness. Nature is mindless chaos and eternal conflict. A system of predation and consumption whose perfect cruelty can only induce a terrified and unwilling admiration. Nature is our most powerful and least honorable enemy. A beast that consumed every last one of our ancestors and will consume us just as quickly if we are not successful in our struggle with it.
So, I kind of remember that on one of the earlier worlds, there were a bunch of switches on like the backside of those level numbers. Now I need to go back. I think I should do that actually, probably next stream. Maybe do some revisiting. I'm not sure. I mean, I've always assumed I was going to return again. Although maybe I was gonna wait until I know how the Golden Gates work. I don't know. Maybe I can wait until later. I have yet to learn how all this stuff works. Okay, so blue lasers, and I got 2 of these. Okay, and an inverter, and 2 of these. See some steps there. Let's see here. We got red and blue that both power this. And you got red and blue that both power this. I don't know if that's something you can shoot a laser through. See, I wouldn't even necessarily assume that you would have an accumulator hit each one of those. I guess you can always just try things.
See, another thing that kind of freaked me out is that I almost got the sense that when I saw that clock that these were timed, that like these would lose their power if you waited too long, and that I didn't like the sound of that at all. But it sounds like that's not actually how it works, so that's good. Aha! That's what I thought. See, this does something here. I think I did. I think I overachieved on this one. Because I got all 3 things to the other side, but I only needed 2 things.
Good. Let's get some measurements from this particle cloud.
Wellspring. Okay, so this is an actual, like, regular, normal puzzle, so it shouldn't be as bad. Bad? What do you mean bad? You mean it shouldn't be as good? Yeah, that's what I meant. It shouldn't be as good. But who knows? All right, let's see here. Got a regular connector. Don't you miss regular connector puzzles? There's so much more that can be done with that. I don't even know what. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Here's the blue laser over there. Oh, what is that? You got a red laser here. You actually do have blue available to you right here. I don't know. Something like that. That is far away though. Oh, maybe I can make that angle? Ooh, got one of these thingies. Hey, Super Gamer. Oh, you haven't seen the accumulator yet? Yeah, it really, I'm not convinced it's maximizing the potential of these things, and it keeps wanting to throw new mechanics at me. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess so. Yeah, this is an accumulator right here. So it's basically my own portable laser. Where is it? Ugh. And that's another critique I had. Like, you see how right there in the center, see I'm pointing at it like this? See how it lights and dims? That is not enough of a contrast. It needs to be better. I guess? Okay. Maybe that works. All right, count it. I gotta do these puzzles fast. I don't want anyone to think I'm slow at them. Because I'm surrounded by Talos experts in the chat. I don't want them to think I'm a dummy. Where's Nutcase? And Moss? Hey, Boffin. I'll let that happen organically. I probably already have it. No, I don't think I do. But I might. I don't know. Why do you have low expectations for me, Super Gamer? Ah! Oh. Okay, so we're gonna get to this little thing in the middle here. Which, okay, blue connector here. I did get the achievement for leaving and coming back, but that was pretty accidental. Alright, so... What is this? How do you turn this on? Oh, is it this? Oh no! I mean, I'm being facetious with it. Like, obviously, actually, in real sincerity, the only real reason why I'm a little bit speedy on it is that this is kind of a huge game, and I know I don't stream as often as I should. I mean, I really should be just like streaming every day, but I don't. So like, this is gonna take a long time for me to get through anyway. So I'm like, well, let's solve the puzzles, because I don't want to be like 2 months into my streaming and I'm still, you know, on the first couple worlds. It really has to do with that. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter in a sense, but it also is something that... There are also other games people want me to play, so... But yeah, Talos has always been... You know it. You know it. Talos... Well, Talos 1 has been... special to me. Oh man, I need to get back to that. I haven't even been working on that because, well, I've been setting up the new computer, which even that I'm not as far along as I wish I was. Because you always think, like, whenever you want to get something done, you think of it linearly, like it's going to take me this long to do this. But in actuality, there are so many setbacks. Things always take longer because of that kind of stuff. Why do I need a fan to take me back this way? Ladder. Do you... If I want everything over here, I can just bring all this over here. What good is it to have... Wait a minute. Oh, I know what it is. Because it's right there. That's what it is. I know exactly what this is going to be. Okay. Think. Yeah, because we have a ladder here. There it is. Yeah. Ta-da!
Melville?
What is it now?
Why did you upload a picture of your hand?
Why do you care that my hand is in the picture?
Your hand isn't in the picture, it is the picture.
I like it. It's very artistic.
Let's stay professional, everyone. It's not right to make fun of Melville's comically absurd inability to take decent pictures. She's a hyper-advanced humanoid machine, not a photographer.
You'll pay for this, Byron.
That's funny. If I was working on the script, I would reverse the characters because it's the liberals that are more open to modern art. Well, maybe it would be then Alcatraz's personality. Anyway. Tell me about yourself, Boffin. How many hours have you wasted on the Talos Principle games? I was very upfront in the title of this stream. Hey, Matthew. See, I can look at that compass and it tells me there's something right around the corner. What's over here? 50 on 2. What about on 1? Or did you care for 1? Yeah, I'll definitely be getting the soundtrack. Obviously, I'm not going to listen to it. I actually consider music to be spoilers, so I have definitely not listened to the soundtrack outside of the game yet. Music means a lot to me, so I definitely haven't listened to the soundtrack yet. Other than what I'm hearing in the game here. But how many hours have you spent on Talos 1? Because, I mean, if you want to see how much of a degenerate I am... Oh, that's a fan, isn't it? Yeah, see... See, that's like a well-balanced human being where you have good taste. You like to exercise your brain on challenging puzzles, but you don't just like do it over and over. Actually, the most obsessive I've seen anyone on a puzzle game, I haven't even checked his stat on it recently, but there's this guy who friended me on Steam. His name is literally Professor Portal, and last I checked a few years ago, he had like 2,300 hours on Portal. I have no idea what it is now, but that's how I found out. Apparently there's a new mod for Portal that just came out like a couple weeks ago or something. I'm hoping this, I mean, the mechanics, actually I could see the mechanics for a Talos 2 workshop to be absolutely nightmarish, but I never turned down a good challenge. The mechanics in this one are overall more complex, despite the fact they appear to have removed the recorders. What does this do? So red turns on the fan. But also opens the door. So if you... then it won't let you in. Okay. But you can drop it here and it works just fine. But I need something here. So I solved them recently. So if you saw me solve the, if you watch my streams of Talos 1 workshops recently, then maybe I spoiled it. But otherwise, I would highly recommend it. My favorite Talos 1 workshop was Renamo Boy. And those are not the hardest ones. Like I actually love the Renamo Boy workshop because it actually is just the right flow where those are really good puzzles to feel good about solving without any sort of, I don't know. I mean, if you want the really hard ones, you go with like, well, either Abomination or Schrodinger's Cat, which those are each different from one another. But, what am I missing here? Okay. I don't know, it's just the right amount of difficulty. So, I'm just looping around this level over and over again. I'm seeing... And by the way, you can see how I'm like running around fast. That's a new way. If you look at my earliest stream when I played Talos 1 the first time in 2016, that old VOD, which I have uploaded to my archive on YouTube, right? I'm moving a lot slower, but my whole strategy has changed where I'm trying to absorb the information and get it all downloaded into my head as quickly as possible. And it's a whole different approach. I don't know if that's even good. I probably should be slower, but... yeah, maybe that's it. We gotta get something in there. Fan blows this way, which seems counterproductive in every conceivable way. Anything up there? No. Lateral inhibition. Ooh. Ah, come on. No, I was playing on the workshop. But let's see. I need something to sit there, and I don't quite get that one. Also, I'll tell you a third thing. I'm also drinking. I'm actually been a little drunk. Ugh. But yeah, that's what makes it fun to try to do all those things at the same time. Right. Hold on. Let's go. Let's try this. Okay. All right. So I got it. I got it eventually. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna really enjoy the... No, I haven't done 6 yet. Listening to the soundtrack once I earn the right to. I gotta beat the base game first, which it seemed like there was some hint in the in the New Jerusalem, whatever. In New Jerusalem that there's like a Gehenna equivalent? I don't know. Or is there gonna be a separate DLC to this game? Or I don't know. I feel I don't know how many more mechanics this game is gonna introduce, but I feel like it's introduced enough. Where you could have some really complex puzzles from here on out. Need red and blue to get there. What's in here? You got blue. Got a drill. What is even drillable in here? Anything or... Okay. Oh yeah, thanks. Let's do that. Let's do that real quick. Yeah. Did somebody did somebody say that these will expire if you wait too long to check them? Bring back dogs. Moss, where are you? Most dapper gent is a dog person. Not that he'd be the only one, but you know, he's pretty outspoken about it, as dog people generally are about everything. All right. Thread title says it all. We should re-domesticate dogs. Our ancestors' dogs loved dogs so much. Things. The irony is, I've always maintained that I don't hate dogs, just dog people. Just not, it's not that bad, but sometimes they can be a little bit much. And the lives they lived with humans must have been infinitely better than in the wild, so not bring them back. Do you know what the poor Lord Byron? Oh, how is this pronounced? I forgot. That's it's not pronounced how it looks. It is bosun. That's right. You're correct. That's right. I was trying to remember. He said he had beauty without vanity, strength without beauty without vanity, strength without insolence, courage without ferocity, and all the virtues of man without his vices. I mean, I think you'd have to artificially breed a dog. I don't think that one would. That kind of dog would exist out in the wild. Is that who our
who named himself after Robert, the travel writer. But what about my idea? Accept pugs? No. What's funny is even with little trivial things like this still kind of plays into two different philosophies that are underpinning this game. Should we keep them domesticated, or should... This is like the conservative answer. This is a liberal one, even though it might be the reverse, because you could say liberal ones to be how they actually were. But I feel like this is actually the sort of the liberal one, in that we can intentionally construct things versus the natural. I'm going to see what this says, actually, as I think about it. That seems like more generating a more interesting answer. There's a reason they evolved back into their proper form. See, proper being when they're not constrained by us. That'd be a great thing to challenge Moss on, because he's a pretty outspoken conservative as well. But you could argue that, you know, breeding dog or wolves into dogs is sort of a liberal idea. So I've been playing a ton of this old Gehenna game called Ancient Human Farmer. The title says it all. It's sort of a simple farming simulator. Maybe not the most sophisticated game, but I'm getting really obsessed with it. Farmville. And I'm having some sort of emotional response to it that I can't exactly explain. Like, it makes me happy, but also sad. Does anyone have any idea why this is happening? The game appeals to you because of the human need to commune with nature. To live a lifestyle that's not about dominating the world, but coexisting with it. You're sad because we can't ever return to being who we used to be thousands of years ago, but happy because it reminds you that at least something similar is still possible for us. Maybe it's because the people of Gehenna, despite their imprisonment, had an innocent view of the world that's permanently lost to us. I think it's actually the opposite of what Ovis is saying. These games are enjoyable because they take us back to a time when we still had agency, when we could build things, grow things, when we could impose our will on the world instead of being completely powerless and inactive. What you crave is the ability to contribute to humanity in real material ways, and you're sad because just simulating it is not enough. You don't want to farm, you want to be a pioneer, as we humans were born to be. It's just a game, don't overthink of it. This sounds like Dog from the first game. Oh, man. I think the philosophy side of it, too, is a clear winner over one. But I love that stuff. The fact that there's basically two philosophies instead of one. And to think, anytime you even have the most innocent and simple looking comment, to think about how it ties into one philosophy or the other and try to figure out which one it's actually talking about. It's very interesting. It's fun to do. Yeah, whether you're actually going along with the way things are or you're changing it into something better. That's always what it's about. Maybe it's because the people of Canada, despite their imprisonment, had
Sparks can be recovered by properly solving the puzzles. Lauren told me that one. Imagine an ant trying to make sense of a nuclear power plant. Yeah, I've taken this position as well right here. When it comes to, like, the Talos 1 sort of philosophy, too. Like, do you really think you know everything? No, you don't. We could very well be in this position as well. What's really shocking here isn't that we're seeing a new and powerful technology. It's what this implies about our own grasp of physics. A lot of what we thought we knew must be wrong or incomplete. I mean, we already know this. We already know this. Like, Newtonian physics, it seems so universally true, and then at the right scale, it's no longer true. And so, therefore, it's not universally true as pragmatic and accurate as it is at the right scale. Like, this is already a thing in so many ways. The degree to which vegetation seems to have spread out. Yeah. I guess the megastructure has been abandoned for a while, although the combination of moisture and heat does create the ideal. So a lot of what we're seeing. Yeah, that's just back when I was at the megastructure. I don't know. I hadn't looked at this section in a while. The founder appears to have developed a technology that prints new bodies. Yeah, that's when I first started cloning. Even though it's not like a clone like the recorder before. I cannot sufficiently underline how mad this is. The implication would be breath. There seem to be a number of safeguards. So far, I've not been able to get this tech to work outside the puzzles. Yeah. There seem to be a number of safeguards. So far, I've not been able to get this tech to work outside the puzzles. So the whole smuggling thing, which I haven't played this game enough to be able to critique it, but there wasn't even a thing in Talos 1 with there was boundary breaking with smuggling, you know, jammers and connectors or whatever outside the walls of a puzzle, which I miss doing. I still haven't seen in this game so far. Don't spoil any more of this game, but I haven't really seen that ability yet. But except in one instance where I was kind of told that's a whole other thing that happened a couple hours ago. But recorders never went on the other side. You didn't boundary break with recorders except in a couple of the workshops, which was really interesting. But anyway, back to Earth. Did manage to make sense of the mind transfer protocol. However, I'm uploading all the data I've collected. Be studied exclusively before it can be. What really grinds my gears is how casually it's all deployed. It takes, I picked that up too. Yeah, it takes us ages to make a new body. And here there's a whole bunch of them doing no more than holding up platforms or standing on pressure plates. Is this all a joke? Yeah. These structures are just so impressive. I don't understand what possible function this structure could have, but it's really, really impressive. Hold on, could that be its function? Just to be impressive? That warrants a discussion. Ah, the hand. There we go. The modern art. All right. It still says 3. I guess there was something down. Or see, it plays these automatically. So here we go. Okay, so the engravings. I noticed that these photos were different, but I didn't know what they meant. I guess it's good to have them all kind of laid out. 2, 4, 7, 8. I don't know. But I always figured I was going to return to those earlier worlds. All right, let me get one more drink. You know me, I got to drink while I solve puzzles. Otherwise, I don't calm down enough, so. We do one more. I'm gonna go ahead and just play another ad so that it doesn't play while I solve the puzzle. But yeah, let me get that done. I'm gonna refill my drink real quick and I'll be back for some more puzzles. Oh, wait a minute. It won't let me play an ad. Well, we'll see if it shows up while I'm gone, but I really need to refill this. It's empty, so I don't know. I'll make the best of it. Well, I would have thrown an ad while I was gone, but I couldn't. It wouldn't let me. So if it plays while I'm here. All right. That's what I'm working on. All right. So we got a green emitter over here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with a driller other than drill that wall. Drill, baby, drill. So let's see, I got a blue emitter and a green emitter? There's another connector. Unless we, well, maybe we want to shoot a laser through there. We'll see. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna have to start experimenting with this stuff. Wait, this is an accumulator? Well, that changes things. Gotta want to accumulate green then, so that you don't have to obligate yourself to this crap. I think. Maybe. I think you want to liberate that from that corner. But you need to get red here. Yeah, I didn't think that reached. So... there often have been ways to like put it at the edge of a button, but that's never intended. You need, in order to get red, you have to combine the green with the blue. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No. Do you even need green at all? If I can get, maybe I'll end up moving the driller up here. If I can move the correct thing in there, I need to turn this into red, I think, actually. Is that possible? I still haven't fully understood the restrictions imposed by this. See, that turns this red, but that only works as long as this is here. See, then this is not even... That's what I was trying to do this whole time. All right. See, now that's red. Which I feel like I could still do more with it, but I mean, I need to. Once this turns red, I can just do that. All right. There still seems like I'm not even unlocking the full potential of these new mechanics. Ugh. All right, how are we doing, everybody? For a little longer. My goal is to finish up this world. Not the Golden Gate thing. What about you, Boffin? You still there? Still patient with me? I know that other guy lost patience very quickly, but that's okay. Rainbow. Oh man, okay. Another academic exercise. Okay, red. Red in the middle. Let's try to work this inside out. Red has to go in the middle, blue on the outside, and green. See, this is probably not how to do it. Because once you've done this, you've cut off one side. Well, I guess got him when I got one of these things. Is how you do it. Dang it. That is how you do it. Because once I said that because I'm used to the lasers only emitting from the wall, but
can't even get my
now you can
brain
have a
to think
laser
like that.
emit from the middle of the room, which is just, I'm not used to that at all. Alright, there's a question mark very near here, apparently, according to the compass. What is this? Where does this take us? Ah! One of these. Philosophy.
Is it possible that on some level, people want to believe that everything's going to get worse?
Yes.
That it's comforting
Outrun.
to think that humanity is bad and every solution will just go wrong. Because that way you're never responsible. You never have to take on responsibility for anything outside yourself. Never have to grow up.
We should confront Outrun on this. He seems overly pessimistic all the time for no reason. Ah! Who is that? Who are you? Oh, it's just
This is
Byron.
where they must have lived. Athena and Miranda. You know, for a moment, I almost expected to find them here. But the only thing that's still functional is the megastructure. I'm sorry. This must be awfully strange for you being thrown into all this history. But that's why I needed you. Because you're not burdened with all these memories and conflicts and regrets. Weigh on our minds like a nightmare.
Nope, I'm a spring chicken, and you're not.
Our civilization is caught in a loop, 1K. We freed ourselves from the simulation, but now we're trapped again, and it's our own fault. We're afraid of taking responsibility, afraid of growing up. Instead, we make up some capitalized words and build up all these myths around them. Nature, balance, the founder, the goal. We're afraid to face the randomness of the cosmos, but equally afraid to imagine a better world. So we're stuck. I've been trying to find a way out for years. Something, anything, to get people to understand that we do actually have free will. That building a thriving, expanding civilization doesn't have to involve repeating the mistakes of the past. But I failed. Over and over. Because for some reason, people find it easier to cling to cynicism and self-hate than to actually have hope. Because believing the worst about ourselves, calling ourselves sinners and fools, somehow still seems wise. Yes, because this is something unexpected, an anomaly. Everything we found on this island challenges who we have become. It shows us that different answers are possible, and maybe that can break people out of the loop. All we need is a spark. Maybe that's why she made all this, the puzzles, the towers. A way of jolting us out of our complacency.
Yeah, I feel like we can confront Outrun on this. Why are you so damn pessimistic all the time?
Neither do I, 1K. But I try to be optimistic.
He should be
Now,
here for
let's
this.
see what else we can find here.
Although it's like 4 in the morning where he is. So I don't blame him for not being here. Chess? That's not a valid position. Oh. Is this where I came from? No, I came from over there, right? Aha! Group call.
Melville, eyes on 1K's stream. Is this thing what I think it is?
Blow my fuse box. It sure looks that way. Best not touch it until I get there. You have no idea what you're dealing with, 1K.
Nope. That's the point.
Tell me then.
Hypnotic self-reflection.
That's actually pretty close. I think it's a somnodrome. It's a sort of analytics tool for processing mental data that Melampus dreamed up.
But all he ever did was sketch out the theory. As far as I'm aware, he never actually built one.
Looks like the founder gave it a go. Well, what we know is that our deeper algorithms are hard to pass. Melampus stipulated that the computational power to interpret them in real time would always be beyond us. But in theory, the Somnodrome would interpret that data and loop it directly to our senses.
People were hoping to find answers to the big questions by having a conversation with our own subconscious. If you ask me, it's solipsistic at best, and pseudoscience regardless.
That may be. But if the founder figured it out, then that device could be an extremely important discovery. I agree. The data on that device could prove invaluable. Besides, you may have survived all those data stream overloads, but interface with that thing and you're liable to get bricked.
Sounds like a plan. Melville, I'm shutting this thing down until you can get here. 1K, get on with exploring the rest of the lab.
Okay, we got a private message from Melampus. To all of you on this expedition, I'm sure you have questions about the Somnodrome, but I'm afraid I can't answer them. It was a dream I had a long time ago when I was a different person, and it has long since faded. I did build a prototype of sorts, at least of one part of its systems, but none of it ever functioned the way I wanted it to. Whatever Athena may have done with my invention, the truth is that I'm simply not interested in the affairs of New Jerusalem anymore. I care as little for Byron's utopianism as I do for Herman's religious pessimism. I'm not sure I care about anything at all, really. In fact, I think not caring may be the only answer at the end of the day. Everything is transient, even the self. I've learned to let go. Please do not respond. I value my privacy. One of the loopier first companions dreamed up the Somnodrome back in the day. Oh, I've tried to pick up some of, bits and pieces of this wisdom for my own life and handling the streams. This is really good stuff. I am really enjoying this. It's the kind of thing where I could totally see someone just say, this is all just, intellectual masturbation and it doesn't matter and it's just all pointless and stupid. Just give me another puzzle. But I don't know. I really like it. I enjoy it. It's better than the first one. Better than the first game, I mean. But not really even a fault of their own. Like, I think it's a really cool direction they decided to take it. When I compare the two games, it's actually working well as a companion to the first game. So the first game was the simulation, and it was more direct critique on, theology versus, I guess, some kind of rationalistic atheism or something. But this one's more in that conflict of visions. Where do you rely on the wisdom of the past and therefore you're slow to inject any sort of solutions or radical change? Or are you someone that believes that things can be solved, that things can be figured out to where you can advance things with a better vision than what we did before? And there's always been, I don't know. I think it's a great follow-up. I think they did a great job with that. I'm really happy with that. They seem to have a really strong understanding of those things. And it makes sense that it would exist outside the simulation and determining, well, what do we do next to pull that conflict out as kind of the central focal point of the second game. Right, so like, you know, there's that meme, I guess, that even, you know, the first game kind of made fun of itself for, right? Like, frogs are people too. Like, this one has its own sort of thing. But it's not as, like, trivial, I guess. I don't know. You always want to avoid the trap where you pretend something's deep when it's not, but it actually is. This really is, I think, that's sort of the core philosophical difference that really does describe humanity's struggle. So I think they're doing a great job with it, actually. Looking for the correct way for the individual to exist ethically in society and the world are within us. Our failure to him was not failing to create a better system, but failing to truthfully reflect what already exists within our minds. A failure of connection between the high and the low, the inner and the outer. On most days that seems wrong to me, but sometimes when I think of where New Jerusalem is headed, I wonder if the Somnodrome doesn't hold an answer after all. I took some time to build a prototype according to the original blueprints, but there's a lot Melampus didn't account for. Still, I'm almost certain I could apply some of my own knowledge and make it work. The question is, should I? Ah, it's good. I hate admitting that, but that actually is really good. I think I came in front facing, right? So the side facing one would be the new one. Is this another new mechanic? God damn it. What is this? Alright, what is this? From Thesia. No, Thekla. That's not an I, that's an L. Beloved founder, wherever you've gone, I continue to have faith in 497420697326574746465722074 46F20626520616964 1747572652066F66206366C61792C 207468616E2069740. I gotta start over. Wherever you've gone, I continue to have faith in 497420697. I'm kidding. All right. Fuck it. I know I added an extra 0 in there. All right. You are our mother, our creator, the chosen of the progenitor. I'm certain that this is a test, a trial like the ones you faced in the simulation, and we will learn from your example and keep the faith. Praise your name, Thesia862. I'm glad that's a simpler number to get. All right. Progress notes, trials, results confirm the anomaly is consistent. There was no error in trial 108. We need to start over. I don't know what that means. I went ahead and ran the next set of trials anyway. Made perfect sense to me, Bowser. You need to pay more attention. What? Yeah, the alcohol's hitting. Sorry. I went ahead
and ran the next set of trials anyway. I know you said to wait, but the data we got from the last patch was just too amazing every step. So close. I need to get back into music. Here we go! Why is it always Egypt?
The singularity sustained itself longer this time.
Did we get the data?
We did. I think we just obsoleted quantum physics.
Maybe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to be able to replicate these results.
You know, I've been wondering. You told me that in the simulation, one thing that kept you motivated was looking for answers. Do you think that with the work we're doing, we'll ever run out of questions to ask?
I don't think so. Trying to understand the universe means asking the same question over and over. How? How do you make fire? How do earthquakes happen? How does gravity work? How do particles behave? You keep digging deeper, finding another set of mechanisms, another set of hows. Step by step, you demystify reality. But then, if you keep doing it long enough, one day, you run out. You've answered all the hows. You know how the universe works. So, now what?
Now you ask why? Isn't that the next step?
It's not quite that easy. The question of why cannot be answered. Even if it could, it would only be followed by another why. At some point, you have to accept that it all just exists. But there is another set of questions. What's next? You've stripped away the layers of mystery, you've laid bare the machinery. Now you have to start building, to add your own layers of meaning.
Oh, now we're switched to the, I guess it's Roman. I always said Athens. I thought it was Greek, but I guess it's Roman. So I actually noticed that I'd always looked at those in the past, and I was like, oh, this is all...
Are you okay? You overloaded again.
Okay. I always thought of it as Egyptian, but I noticed I was looking at that statue. I was like, oh, that's one of the Roman statues. But then I listened and I realized it was the Middle Ages music. So it was actually taking all three themes. Hi, Athena.
Yes, I saw. It came through on your stream. Strange to hear her voice again. But that was her. The way I remember her. The real Athena. Not this imaginary founder. I was one of the first she woke up. There was just a handful of us in those days. A small family in the ruins of a dead civilization. It was hard. Harder than anyone can possibly imagine. We had nothing except what Alexandra Drennan and the Institute left us. Now that everyone lives in civilization, they don't understand how necessary it was for us to build that civilization. They can fantasize about living in balance, limiting growth, retreating behind our walls. They don't understand what it really means to live in the wilderness. How close we came to not making it. How many people we lost. Yema was just the first. But Athena understood. She believed in humanity. She believed in us. In the inherent value of consciousness. Her dreams were so much bigger. She wanted us to reclaim the Earth, to reach for the stars, to build and grow and learn. The city was already changing before she left, turning inwards, forgetting the future. Once she was gone, other people shaped her memory, turned her into the symbol they needed. I understand all that, as depressing as it may be. What I don't understand is why she didn't tell me. If she came here to do all this, why didn't she bring me along?
Oh, it didn't match the subtitle. Okay. I thought something didn't match earlier, but now I'm stronger than... I've been drinking
And I poured too much whiskey in this one, so it hit me pretty hard. I thought one of the subtitles didn't match earlier. That one definitely didn't match, so probably the other one didn't match either. Isn't that interesting how it changes your probability calculation? And I don't like that response. I'm gonna be empathetic here.
It was. But maybe I was wrong. And she isn't as lost as I thought she was. If this is all a test, maybe the answer is waiting for us in the megastructure. Speaking of which, let's get back to exploring. Melville should have reconnected the next station by now.
Whoa. What are you doing? I don't know what he's doing. What do they have it down to? They're trying to come up with a theory of everything. I forgot the most recent status report on that. Tiny gnomes. It's all aliens. Just say aliens and you know, just wash your hands of it. So this is
8.
Have I solved 7? I can't remember. It looks like I have. Okay, let's solve
8.
It's called Remember. I had a different one I was tempted to play a minute ago, but I didn't, so maybe another time. Remember, I got this whole library of epic sounds to play that I've been forgetting about. I need to work on setting this new computer up so I can have like the full voice meter thing and everything, so we can have a sub hangout. Hopefully by not this Saturday, but the next one. I need to get voice meter and all that stuff hooked up on this one. Obviously you can see the power of this computer, but the software is not set up, so. All right. See, notice, I will tell you this, Super Gamer, since you didn't play Talos. I'll just tell you just to, or anyone else, whatever. Which, by the way, How many viewers do I have?
8.
Just saying. But anyway, notice that it doesn't snap. Like I can't really, it doesn't snap the connector on here. So when I step on this, it doesn't really behave well. You never, only the cubes behave well. Yeah, so maybe just as, I'm just saying that for your benefit, like, so you can kind of, even though you haven't played it, just so you know that you can't really put connectors or any of these types of objects. You can't just like put them on a fan directly. It just doesn't work. It only works if you have a cube to kind of build on it. Like cubes will actually work in the way you would want it to. Speaking of which, and maybe we want that. Whoa! I don't know what that does. So, okay, this will open that, but what does this do? It's too early for rotating walls. Come on. Okay. Matthew, there's nothing wrong with owning more than one computer. My old computer, I haven't thrown it in the trash. It's right over there. Just saying. I have 10 computers. You probably still don't have the CPU power I have on this one machine, though, because I know those are all made in the 90s, Moss. Which itself is, I mean, that is honorable in its own way, but just saying, it's all a trade-off. Can we get all 3 of these out at once or no? Because you need something here every time you... Do I have an Amiga? I do not. Is it worth it? Hold on a second. All right. So, which one of the... I think, given this thing right here... God damn, I'm drunk. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely... You can definitely attribute that to drunkenness. Stop overthinking stuff. That's all it was this whole time. Sorry. Sorry, that was dumb. That was really dumb and kind of embarrassing, actually. I should have solved that way earlier. Let's do it. Let's go build a bridge. Bridge to nowhere. I used to have Windows XP. We'll do stars and stuff another time. What is this? Oh, that's where I came from. Never mind. It says it's over here? What? Oh, right. I remember seeing this bridge when I first arrived in this world. Okay. Who's this?
Sometimes it seems the only choices we have are renouncing civilization or mindless expansion. But that's not the only path forward. Embracing deliberate control over nature doesn't have to mean destruction. We are a species of artists and artisans, blessed with the ability to transform the raw material of the cosmos into new and better shapes. Shapes that have meaning. With our technology, we can take this chaotic world, so full of suffering, and turn it into a work of art.
Yeah, so... I was gonna make something... I had some rant about the fiat currency system prepared, but I forgot it already. Something about infinite growth is not appropriate. But that's not... Oh, thank God someone finally noticed after 15 years I had that playthrough. I have a playthrough of King's Quest VII on YouTube, and someone just acknowledged that I put the crown on the character's head. Yeah, but if you understand Keynesian economics, the whole system is dependent on infinite growth. Three different conversations in the chat. I love it, dude. I got to solve puzzles, pay attention to the plot of this game, continue to drink, and conversations 4, 5, and 6. I'll do it all at the same time. I don't care. I want these to be as good as streams as I can make them. I try my best. We got to figure out how to get more people in here, though. Why do other people get to have, well, besides like the, you know, cam girls and shit. That's sheep shit. I'm talking about like can I get up here? I obviously can never provide as quality a stream as the cam girls, but there are plenty of other people that get plenty of attention. We got to get more people in here. We got to figure out how to do that. All right, here we go. Time for more Pandora.
Halt, creature of clay. You have taken another step towards the flame. Before you continue, ask yourself, have the gifts of Prometheus ever truly benefited your people? Or have they brought nothing but strife?
Ah, it's good introspection. Yeah, I don't know. That's, I don't need, I need something more obvious. I already talked about that before. There's no such thing as a Nikki Haley fan. I'm so glad this game exists. The gifts of Prometheus is code for the internet. I'll have to dwell on that a bit more, but that sounds... I think you're right, Moss. Yeah. I think that statement would be called vacuously true. I want to rub salt into the wound of Pandora here.
You cannot return to what you were, but you can still change your future. Be humble where you once were proud, and avoid the mistakes that led you here.
Boom. I've been thinking, there's 3 towers per cardinal direction and 3 entities. You'd think it would be symmetrically arranged, 1 tower per entity, right? But we haven't seen Prometheus at all.
We're built to find patterns. Maybe we're trying to find patterns where there aren't any.
Ooh, that's a statement about our human predecessors too, isn't it? What is this over here? No, I'm gonna die. Damn it, they don't let me over there. Oh, well. I noticed on the compass it didn't show up at all, but, you know, whatever. No? Can't cut through there? Oh well. That version of me is dead forever. Well, it looks like I completed another world. What do you think, guys? All right, let's look at this question mark that's on the map here. No, is it just this? Consume. Oh, a protester outside the Institute. Why did you join this protest? Artificial intelligence is inherently dangerous to this planet's ecosystem. Defending that ecosystem is our responsibility. In which way is artificial intelligence dangerous? I'm not some paranoid idiot imagining Skynet taking over the world. This isn't science fiction, but what we're talking about here is an artificial intelligence without any of the attachment we have to the natural world. It is not capable of distinguishing between, say, an ore and a tree. Everything's just resources to it. People like Sarabhai or Drennan talk about ethics and philosophy, but they all embrace the same extractivist ethos that has brought us to the brink of disaster. Their intelligent being would try to optimize the world in its image, and in doing so consume it. When blah, 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 blah. But so far, they're saying it's all theoretical. The atom bomb was theoretical at first, too. Once something is there, someone's going to use it. Miranda says, why couldn't they imagine that we might care about the world? Athena, I don't know. Maybe because they were too used to no one else caring. From Hypathia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Construction on our new home is coming along nicely. We finished 2 new buildings last week. Why do you need all these buildings for your new home? And this week we started on our new lodgings. Athena and Cornelius have plans to erect a tower in the middle of the settlement, which will serve as our administrative center and main heliport. But right now that's still a long way off. Decades, at the least. It's hard to imagine that one day we'll be able to erect structures like that there will be enough of us that need that much space. But then I look at the dam and I remind myself, our ancestors built that with their short lifespans and soft flesh and bone bodies. And then I think there's really no limit to what we can achieve given enough time, patience, and the capacity to dream. Yeah, but we may have more time than you think.
This is a long one. You may have heard the story of the carpenter who died to redeem humanity's sins. It's a powerful story, bittersweet, very human, and I just want to tell you that it's true. He was a real person, and his name was John Carpenter. He was born in the year 1948, and he was the coolest filmmaker to ever walk the earth. From Halloween to The Thing to They Live, the totally underrated In the Mouth of Madness, mind you, he just made classic after classic. All of his movies, really fun, really atmospheric, but also really smart. Even when they were goofy, most directors would kill to have made just one of those movies. And what did he get for it? A big, fat truckload of nothing. Well, less than nothing. The studios, the critics, even the fans, they hated him. The Thing, okay, for example, which is about as perfect a movie as you can make, completely torn to shreds. And his career never really recovered. Every movie after that was a struggle, and after a while, he just got tired of it and quit. he only really came back to movies in his 70s. How many works of genius did we never get because of that? Look, I have a point here. People like Carpenter, people like Alex, they're not always appreciated in their own time. If you just do what's popular, you might never create anything important. Of course, we admire people who did the right thing, who didn't conform, but we only ever admire them after the fact. What matters is to support people when it's difficult.
There's probably a lot of other people, though, that got shot down that we never heard about for precisely that reason. Right? You have to have at least some part of your legacy be able to survive despite whatever anyone else thought about it. All right, you want me to play more? Well, I'm not going to go to this last world here, so I don't know. This one I never found the lab. I guess I can go over here. I see a question mark there. Maybe it's there. Oh, this world. I never... There's a lot here I didn't do, right? Maybe? I most definitely did not finish exploring this world, so... If it's up in this corner, yeah, I would understand that, because... But wait, that's just level 5. And I most definitely did do that. And I did the lost levels. So I don't know. And maybe I did do more of this than I realized. Huh. Alright, maybe it's here. Here we go. The end draft. After a lifetime dedicated to the written word, I'm faced with a task I could never have expected. Writing an epitaph, not only for myself, but for my species. In the unlikely event that Alexander Drennan is successful and one day someone reads this, what meaningful insights can I share into the strange phenomenon that is humanity? I've spent days thinking about it, but now I'm running out of time. So I'll set down the one thought that I simply can't shake. It didn't have to be this way. With more time, we could have found a cure. With a few political victories, we could have been prepared. Change any factor even by a little, and we would have made it. This isn't divine punishment. It's just dumb luck. I'm reaching for something here, but I don't know what it is. Forgiveness? Grace? Acceptance? No, I hate the idea of accepting this. Hope, maybe. I feel like this story is unfinished. Maybe it should be. No epitaphs for humanity. I pray Drennan is right. Didn't have to be this way, and yet it was. Failed to load comment. Okay, Sharon. I'm getting tired, boss. I can't really stand here much longer. Okay, from 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. Charon leaned forward and rode. All things were one with his weariness. It was not with him a matter of years or of centuries, but of wide floods of time, and an old heaviness and a pain in the arms that had become, for him, part of the scheme that the gods had made, and was of a piece with eternity. If the gods had even sent him a contrary wind, it would have divided all time in his memory into two equal slabs. So gray were all things always where he was, that if any radiance lingered a moment among the dead, on the face of such a queen, perhaps as Cleopatra, I don't understand this one as well. His eyes could not have perceived it. It was strange that the dead nowadays were coming in such numbers. They were coming in thousands, where they used to come in 50s. It was neither Charon's duty nor his wont to ponder in his great soul why these things might be. Charon leaned forward and rode. Then no one came for a while. It was not usual for the gods to send no one down from earth for such a space. But the gods knew best. Then one man came alone, and the little shade sat shivering on a lonely bench, and the great boat pushed off. Only one passenger the gods knew best, and great and weary Charon rode on and on beside the little silent shivering ghost. And the sound of the river was like a mighty sigh that grief in the beginning had sighed among her sisters, and that could not die like the echoes of human sorrow failing on earthly hills, but was as old as time and the pain in Charon's arms. Then the boat from the slow gray river loomed up to the coast of Dice? I don't know. That's a very tough word to pronounce. And the little silent shade, still shivering, stepped ashore, and Charon turned. I think the Forgotten City. I can't talk. The Forgotten City said Charon. I don't know. King's Quest VI said Charon, so I'm going with Charon. And Charon turned the boat to go wearily back to the world. Then the little shadow spoke. It had been a man. I am the last, said Nyaloth. Right? No one had ever made Charon smile before. No one before had ever made him weep. Miranda, there is an obvious and perhaps intended interpretation that this is the end of humanity and the last shadow is the last human to live. But another interpretation is equally possible, that humanity has achieved immortality and the last shadow is the last human to die. I prefer the latter. Oh, that's an interesting interpretation. Like, if we autonomized our operation in this world through robots, so we didn't have any more souls enter the underworld. That is interesting. Same problem as simultaneous trials affect each other. Mechanism. What is going on here? What is that? Oh, it's just magnets pulling to one side or the other. I think that's it, because, yeah, I see no way to, to descend further. Nope, that's not a question mark, that's a 7. All right. I can try a star here. Not that one, though. I think I got that other one. I think I did get 1 star today. Yeah. Let's take a look. I'm not going to any new worlds. Well, let's see here. Wait a minute. What? 0 of 2? I thought for sure I picked up 1. Oh, I didn't finish picking up that. Okay, let's just pick up that 1 then. That's right. I did half of it and then I never finished it. So let's do it. Let's get that 1. I'll probably call it a night then. Ballistic Warrior. What are the stars even for? I think it's for overachievers, honestly. But, you know, I haven't played the whole game. I know what they sort of did in the first game. I am definitely one of them. I am someone that wants to do all the things whether I have to or not. Oh yeah, okay, this level. No. Okay. Inverter. I think you have to find a way. You have to hit that with something. I guess that would be consistent with the first game. It's just a matter of whether it's, you know... As I'm exploring this game for the first time, you know, whenever... I mean, endings are so far away, I cannot consider the first thing about them. But, so for me, it's going to be a question of order. Right? Whether I decide, you know, toward the end of the game to see an ending or go back and do more of the optional stuff. And it's just going to be pure happenstance which one I end up actually doing first. I really wish I had a fast forward feature. But, you know. That's too good for Talos, too. Ugh. Let me up. Thank you. Okay, so I think if I remember right. Well, I guess here's something else that I wasn't looking for. But sure, philosophy.
To us who have only just begun this journey of philosophy, the world may seem like a mystery that can never be solved. A great deal has been written since the days of the Seven Sages, but how much of it is truth and how much of it is idle speculation? I've offended many by saying that most philosophy will, as the centuries pass, be discarded as foolishness and superstition. But it is a truth only philosophers fail to see. And yet we cannot abandon reason and conclude that we cannot know anything. Rather, we must accept that the journey towards understanding will be long. And our task is to build a foundation for those who will one day arrive at its destination.
A fast forward feature would have required an extra 80 gigs. Okay. Yeah, this map is huge. Well, we got it in Talos 1, so... I guess it doesn't work well with a game that has voices, huh? Just the, I mean, you didn't have direct conversations with people, though. Right? It was just Drennan and Elohim, right? I think the star is over here. That's true, I would have never dreamed of fast forwarding past Sirius Sam. Damn it. That's why I'm so confused. Okay, hold on. Let me look at it from this. See, I went all the way around the map again. Over there and over there. Went around twice. Hold on. What? Which puzzle is this? 3. Okay. You have 3 computers? Yeah, 3. I mean, the one right there, yeah, it's basically retired. I don't have much use for it. Because all the data is retrieved off it, so I don't know what I'd use it for now. Alright, I think this is the puzzle where I said this would be. No. It's not this one. It has to be over here. There it is. That's right. I guess that's a star. Sure. Okay.
False idols are worshipped not because they are idols, but because they are false. True idols are rejected because the truth is feared.
Deep. But yeah, there probably are a lot of comforting lies out there, I guess. All right. It's actually 11 o'clock here, and I've been streaming over 7 hours, so I think I'm going to get to bed. But it has been a fun stream. I am now 14 hours into this game. I hope you are satisfied, Moss. If you want to see more, consider joining the stream earlier. All right. Yep. Shutting it off. It was a fun, successful stream number 2. I'll probably play more this weekend. Let's get going so that I don't have to wait too long to get into the meat of this. Even though I don't want this to be the only active game overall, I do want to just kind of charge into it, at least at the early part. So, yeah, I'll probably play it this weekend and then might start another game concurrently. I don't know. But until then, see you guys next time.